Hello, everybody. You are standing at the edge. It feels like at the edge of a cliff, but you're literally standing at the edge of many timelines that are readily available for you to experience. And your next action determines the one that will collapse into part of your physical reality. That's what I'm seeing. Quantum superposition and the decisions that you're making and the action, most importantly, that you're taking in the present moment, that is then sending ripples through space and time, anchoring the future into the present moment. I'm seeing like quantum time manipulation that's happening. Anyway, I have been on a roll behind the scenes before this reading has even begun. I was receiving so many messages about the cornucopia. I went to go and grab my book for the symbology of it, and then I've been decoding that. And there was just so much that was happening. So I'm going to open up sharing with you, first of all, with what happened this morning. So this morning I woke up to the refraction of light bending through a prism. And what happened is one of my crystals by the window and the sunlight was hitting it. And so these rainbows began forming around my room. And one of them was literally on my third eye. It was on my in my eyes when I woke up, and then I turned to the left, I looked at the wall, and I saw a bunch of rainbows that were dispersed everywhere. And it landed exactly where it needed to. The light bent in just the right way for the rainbow to appear. And that reminded me of what this day is, where we are in the Fire Horse New Year. It's a happy new zodiac Chinese year. And we're also on the day of the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. So there are moments in the sky where light appears to be blocked and the sun disappears and everything feels shadowed, but truly the light is never gone. It's simply moving through a different angle. It's moving in ways that we cannot possibly see right now, and it's moving through this prism. And that's how I'm seeing source work through your life right now. And just like the eclipse, light may look interrupted, it may be hidden or look obscured, but then it does resurface, it recalibrates, and restructures itself in your reality, and then it appears stronger. And the rainbow doesn't mean that light is just created, but it means that alignment is happening in ways that you can't possibly fathom right now. And that's what this season is. Things are working on your behalf. And the message that I got from it is that you don't always see light bend through the prism. You may not be able to see source itself, but you will see source in everything around you, in the way that everything is going to magically weave itself into your existence, seamlessly sew into the fabric of your existence over this next 6 months is going to be evident. It's going to be evident in the effect that this eclipse has on your life. So that was a message. Hi, everybody. I'm just gonna say hi to everyone in the chat. Hello, Sandra. Hi, Retro. Hi, Laurel. Hi, Miguel. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Rich. Hello, everybody. Bless you, the Pirate King. Good to see you guys. Let me go ahead and show you what was coming through right before this, right? So I was seeing the cornucopia symbol when I thought of the rainbow. Now, the cornucopia in this deck, I'm going to show you the card. I'm going to read it to you. This is what I see happening. The cornucopia talks about, and I also got the book to find the symbol in here and tell you the meaning. So this is about wishes fulfilled. It's an abundant harvest and great blessings that are waiting for you, where all your wishes are going to be fulfilled and your hard work is going to pay off. But I was kind of seeing it in reversed. So the cornucopia reverse can show a time of personal frustration that you've been moving through. You could have found yourself feeling discouraged in your life, and this is about not being too surprised if that happens, because the obstacles have felt like they've been blocking your way, but secretly they have been showing you the way. And it's time where some patience and persistent action will require a radical shift in how you're approaching your goals. It can also indicate essentially a lesson that's been learned where you're being led into an entirely new direction in your life. So be flexible and aware, and remember that there are many roads to happiness. And the affirmation is, the universe is abundant. All that I desire comes to me in just the right way and I am blessed. So that's what I'm seeing. Things are going to happen for you in a way that the human can't possibly understand right now. I'm seeing like the inner mechanics of your mind is playing catch up with all the things that reality already has in store for you. Now, the cornucopia in this book, which I'll go ahead and read for you, it's like this ancient mystic symbol book. And the cornucopia is known as the horn of plenty. It's a symbol of abundance. And originally, it was associated with the great cow goddess in her incarnation as Ceres, which is also Hathor in Egyptian mythology. And Ceres in the asteroid also represents how we nurture as souls and how we also wish to be nurtured. So she is the goddess of agriculture. She is the goddess of abundance, fertility, and these cycles that you move through. So she understands the necessity of the cycles, where when fall rolls around, what would happen if trees were afraid to shed their leaves? And I'm seeing that for you. You've gone through a cycle in your life where you've gone through that recalibration. You have mastered the archetype of the year of the snake, and we'll go ahead and talk about that. But it was a year where you learned to glide, you learned to move through the harsh terrain of the jungle, which is the human experience, and you thrived from the resistance. You've come out stronger on the other side. And you started to recognize that it was the very, texture or raw base ingredients for that alchemy to take place, that was required for your evolution, that was required to shape you into the version that you are now seated in. So it also talks about he was so thankful and kind that he broke off the goat's horn and gave it to them, saying that this would be filled with food and drink, and the cornucopias are used as decoration and symbolize unending plenty. And that's the key word. There's something around unending plenty and the way that this is going to flow into your life. I also want to talk about alchemy. I was getting a message about alchemy as well. So this is what we're doing here today. But in this page, the introduction is the word magic is derived from the old Persian word magus, which is described as a priest of a certain rank. And it also talks about the Greeks use this root for their words of magikos, which is magic. And it basically talks about these mystical arts in the ancient world of Mesopotamia and magical practices that were in the existence of ancient Egypt, and again these different lands where these were rituals that souls would be accessing certain knowledge that was already available for them when it comes to their existence on Earth. And it talks about, for centuries, this restricted access led to the development of esoteric groups who similarly restricted the mysteries to those who went through demanding rites of passages. And that's exactly what you've gone through. It's like you found yourself here within this, nucleus of a family because of the internal work that you've gone through. And the success is not even in what it is that you've achieved yet, but it's in whom it is that you've become. And it's in who it is that you've become that you will go on to achieve great things that are going to touch so many. And that's part of what your legacy is. It's not even in the things that you accomplish in the physical realm, but it's how you impact the collective in ways that are felt and sometimes unseen. Okay, so it also talks about magical and esoteric symbols were understood by those who passed the tests, while outsiders, these symbols remain mysterious and in many cases frightening. So it talks about the inversion of truth, alchemy, astrology, ceremonial magic, and different kind of esoteric topics, right? And the whole basis of alchemy is to take these raw ingredients, which were your life experiences, and actually turn them into the golden opportunity, right? Knowing that they're always in benefit for the soul's evolution. And it was always in perfect design to get you here. So that's like the spiritual enlightenment. It talks about being clouded in secrecy and basically becoming conscious of the unconscious. And that's what the aim is today. So that's just that in a nutshell that I wanted to mention before opening up. Now, Retro says words are spells, infinite combinations of spells, 100%. That's why they call it spelling. Okay. Let me go ahead and read the two archetypes as well before we get into this. I want to talk about the year of the snake first and foremost. The year of the snake, which is living according to your divine essence. And that's exactly what you're doing. Now, I have a reading coming out tomorrow on this when it comes to the snake, so I won't talk about it too much, but it's Neptune energy in this deck. And Neptune is a higher octave of Venus. Venus is all about values, and Neptune is about the spiritual value, the intangible knowledge that can only be acquired through the experience that you go through. And when you reflect on your experiences, what do you gather? You gather knowledge, and that knowledge then becomes a wisdom, especially when imparted or shared. It becomes a form of enlightenment, which is understanding yourself and remembering yourself as a light being moving through, you know, I'm hearing this plasma universe, which is super interesting. So anyway, the snake talks about the energy that you've moved through. So you've stepped through Neptune and down to Earth, where you've collected keys and codes from places like Atlantis and Lemuria, and you've become physical so that you could crawl the ground and spread this information. So anyone can access it. And there you have been closely connected to the earth. It talks about the hollow earth, where you can bring up this ancient knowledge and records of the history of the planet, because again, that's something that exists within you, because you're composed up of the cells of the universe, composed up of the cells of planet Earth. Anyway, snakes are messengers who bring warnings and remind you to look beyond the outer appearance, and they often bear good news that change and transformation is on the way. They herald to an expansion of consciousness, which will inevitably revolutionize your life. So this isn't just like a little thing, right? This is a whole revolution that's happening. Now, the guidance is to be very aware of what this brings you. You have burst out of your own skin. Yeah, it's like, how will you operate in this existence with a regulated nervous system? How will you operate in this existence no longer operating from that place of survival? Now, this is things that you've already moved through, right? So you have trusted what your internal instinct, essentially. You've trusted your internal instinct. Now, the year of the horse, let me go ahead and read this for you. This is a very different energy. It talks about caring for others to allow them to be free. So horses incarnate from 𝓤𝓂𝓬𝓮, the ascended aspect of Sirius. These are elegant and refined, magnificent creatures, are all fifth dimensional, and their sole contract is to serve humanity, while in return we agree to look after them, honor them, and let them be free. These beautiful animals have huge heart centers, and there have always been a strong bond of love between them and humans. They're great healers, and they offer a special closeness with children, often linked to Angel Mary, who pours her divine healing light through them. So anyway, it goes on to talk about the high frequencies and their high emission, which is to bring that energy to Earth. Now, the guidance is that this card calls for you to expand your heart center. Now, it's the year of the fire horse, and the heart is the alchemical point, right? So you're reminded that that in order to honor others, and let them be free, you must first respect yourself and set yourself free. So be in tune with the great universal energy of Angel Mary and let her wonderful healing energy and light bathe you. Right. So that's basically what it talks about. You're activating your own personal great soul qualities, and you're watching a higher path unfold. So you've already mastered, again, like this year of friction, this year of shedding. You've gone through your dark night, and many of them, and these contractions where old identities have dissolved. And it reminds me of, I'm going to do like a whole nother reading on this, but it reminds me of an interview I was watching on an actor, and he was basically asked the question, what happens after you've been playing this character for so long and you finish the movie, you finish the series, and then you just go home? Like, how do you feel? Is it easy to just return back to normal? And he was basically saying, no, it feels very, very odd, because there's a bunch of displaced energy. It's like he's created so much momentum into a timeline that essentially can no longer exist, and he's having to redirect his energy so that he can begin to feel like himself again. And I'm seeing that happen with you, where you're redirecting yourself to what it is that you've always been, which is a highly abundant being on this planet, and you're disrupting any kind of belief systems that have distorted or clouded the way that you see yourself as a creator, or the potential that your creations have. I'm hearing to impact others. This is about, it's game time. That's like the words I'm seeing. So you've been building this traction, essentially. You've been building this new momentum. So let me see, anything interesting that you guys have to say. I'll probably get a message, and then today we're going to do a group hypnosis session. So I'm going to take you guys into hypnosis, and then if I'm guided, I'll drop a link for anyone that wants to join the live, and you can share what it is that comes up for you, because this year is all about embodiment. Okay, now it's about mastering this level of not being separate from the things that you say and the things that you do. You're a living, breathing example of what you understand, and allowing it to become something that you understand and you're not separate from. This isn't about meditation even being a compartmentalized, practice in your life, but your life becoming a walking meditation, to bring yourself back again and again and again, and continuously meet this highest octave of yourself, and see how that impacts your life. So you're going to be breaking forward. For some of you, this is going to be in career, it may be in community. You could be leaving something behind during this time. Some of you are going to be stepping into greater visibility, or there's going to be a radical shift when it comes to your identity. And that's because there is something that your soul is being contracted to do. Again, I said this in the reading that came out today. I'm not going to repeat myself too much when it comes to that, but pay attention to what shows up on this new moon eclipse during this week. This could be within the next 10-day period. Something is really going to become activated in your field. An invitation, a person, a creative impulse that you have, or a spark of curiosity are all going to be clear indicators of what you have already been preparing for, and your soul has already been quietly stepping towards. So it's asking you, are you ready to step into what it is that you agreed to before this incarnation? That's what's happening. The eclipse isn't asking, would you like to? It's saying, okay, well, I hope you're ready, because things are going to be surfacing in your life. And again, there's no more time to action the inaction. That's what this feels like, because Aquarius is a frequency of a higher design, right? It's kind of our blueprint before incarnation. And when something surfaces this week, maybe it's an idea that won't leave you alone, or it's a person who begins to mirror what your next level could be as well. I definitely see that happening for a lot of you, or an opportunity that feels bigger than your current identity. It's going to feel like it's a bit beyond you. It's going to feel like it's futuristic. That's what Aquarius is. And it's not about you kind of reacting immediately, but just kind of witnessing these new timelines that are going to be collapsing into your experience, because there's this very thin membrane. I'm seeing it like the intercommunication with plasma between the version of you who was waiting and the version of you who now moves. It's becoming evident. It's like you are collapsing into that version of self through the action that you're taking. Okay, so what did I say I was gonna do? I guess we'll flow. We're definitely gonna do a hypnosis session. How are you guys feeling today? Let me know in the chat. Morphing process and being reborn. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get a message before we jump into meditation. Let me think about how I want to do this. Let's get one of these multidimensional tarot messages for the theme in your life right now. Theme collectively. And then I'll get a character. Okay. We have two. The first one is the Dreamer, which is a Queen of Swords energy, which is very much air sign. Okay. Now, the Dreamer and the Queen of Swords is super interesting, because it's very much the energy that I was speaking about when it comes to almost like, again, knowing that before you walk anywhere, you have to widen your sense of where you end. That's essentially what this is, because she utilizes discernment's lens. She has actually mastered that art, and she says less than necessary about it. It's not something that she announces through words, but she announces it through her way of being. And I'm hearing she's tuned to these subtle realms. And then you have the Ten of Swords. So this is a psychological reset that's essentially happening in your life. Ten of Swords is about a huge ending that actually is a new beginning in disguise. So you've been taught that your consciousness lives inside of this skull, but what if that is inverted? It gets to a point where, again, I said this today, consciousness is not just localized to the vessel, but it is the very field that the vessel moves through. It's knowing that the opportunity that comes through what's being mirrored to you through another person when it comes to your potential or through something in the external realm, it's all you. It's you interacting with yourself in this unified field of creation. So what if your consciousness is, it is the field and your body is simply the avatar that's moving through it? Because at a certain stage of awareness, that begins to shift. You begin to notice that people enter your life at very precise moments. A lot of this feels preordained when we're talking about eclipse energy. I know I see in the comment section of how many of you have even said that eclipses just feel very different every time we backtrack on our life and we reflect on just how monumental the eclipse energy was for a shift that almost feels like it was, it's something that we're being summoned into. It's almost something that we're being initiated into. This is the next phase of your initiation. It's like you've already moved through the hardest part. Now I'm hearing now you're entering a time where you're enjoying the fruition of who it is that you've become and the version of self I'm seeing that you've grown yourself to be, that you're now harvesting and plucking and allowing to ground into this experience. That's what it feels like is happening. Opportunities begin to appear as your internal state actually shifts and comes back into this coherence. Ideas could feel less like thinking and more like you'll get receiving downloads during this time. But it's as if reality is not just happening to you, but it's very much syncing with you during this time. That's the way that I'm seeing this. It's like a whole psychological reset. And that's because your consciousness is not limited to the body, but it extends into the very field itself. This is where things like retro causality come into the conversation, where in quantum mechanics there are experiments that suggest that future choices can also influence our past changes and our past situations from a subatomic level. And that's what we're going to be doing in meditation today. I'm going to take you guys through clearing of the chakra vortices. So we're going to be doing activations on each one of the chakras. We're going to be grounding, and then I'm going to take you into somatic and quantum healing as we go deep into everything that's brought you to this point. And again, that delay choice experiment, it hints that particles behave differently depending on how they'll be observed. And the beauty is you get to observe your past self and recognize him or her, and they don't even yet recognize all it is that you would have grown into becoming. And this is where you really begin to impress yourself. And that's going to continue to happen. Like, your future self is already looking at the current version of you. If we're talking about compartmentalizing the past, present, and future that are playing out simultaneously, and it's saying, oh, honey, you don't quite understand everything in which you are to become and everything in which you are to accomplish in your life. So it means that the future is not just, again, ahead of you, but it's very much entangled with you now. There is an octave within you that's seated at a higher level of understanding. That's what the Queen of Swords is. What is the swords? It's about the mind. The first Hermetic principle is that the universe is mental. She is the queen that is mastering her mind, and she's able to do that when it comes to her internal worlds. She's, kind of traveling through. So when you shift your frequency and when you stabilize a new state of self, you're not only attracting new experiences forward, but you're also reorganizing your entire timeline. And I see that as something that you are all doing right now. So your past begins to feel different, and the old memories kind of lose the weight, right? The density. I'm thinking about my Cosmos Oracle message. The, old belief systems that you used to hold are something that you're no longer holding. I'm seeing that's something that you're actually dissolving during this time. You're understanding the origin of those belief systems. And when you do that, certain relationships will also dissolve in your life, but without the sense of conflict. It just feels like a natural release in order to honor where it is that you're going. That's what it feels like as well. So new opportunities or downloads could happen where they enter into your awareness as if they were always waiting for you to recognize it. This is like things that are already existing within your field that you're now becoming aware of, or the timelines that were always accessible to you. That's what the Akashic Records is. It's the interconnected database that stores the living memory of all organisms, all possible future versions of yourself, all versions of yourself now readily available for you and to embody. I'm seeing it as, again, all versions of self exist in quantum superposition. So these are superposition or like universes essentially where everything exists in wave form and potential until it's observed, or you have the opportunity to begin to observe that version of self, the version of you who meets that person, or the timeline where that opportunity unfolds, or the idea that just absolutely feels like it's in alignment with your highest possible, existence, essentially, things that really inspire you. And you don't travel to these things, but you collapse into the version of reality where they're already present and you get to see them play out almost in like this lag time. So at a certain point, you stop being just a body that's navigating reality, and instead you become the actual field that is selecting it. And from there, you get to explore what that actually feels like. So you're standing at the edge of infinite potential timelines, essentially. That's what this new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius is. It's seated at the nodal axis point of what will be in summer of 2026 on July 26th, the North Node in Aquarius. It's about where we're moving as a collective. Like, this is huge. So that's what I see. Psychological reset that's happening. And there's something that you're mastering. There's something that you're mastering when it comes to your own mind. How's everyone doing in the chat? Yeah. Before we even get into the hypnosis session, I almost want to take you through what it would be like to live life through the lens of the Queen of Swords, going through that Ten of Swords moment where she's losing her mind, and in the middle of it, she finds herself. Sometimes what you need is to lose your mind and to forget everything that you think that you know and that past version thought that they knew. And I'm just seeing that it's like something is being exposed for you. If you can just imagine, whether you do this with your eyes open or closed, if you're standing at the edge of like this path, you can't see the entire journey. You can't really see the end. You can only see the next few steps ahead. But if you begin walking, you'll notice something very strange that happens in this reality. The path seems to just reveal itself only as you move towards it. It's like the path unfolds as you walk down it. The trees begin to bend and the details begin to take form and shape. And they're not fully formed until you step closer. Then they begin to render into your reality. So it's not that they were absent, but it's that they were existing purely in potential. And reality is like that. It does not render what it is that you're not observing. And I've said this to people where I've sat in conversations and, I literally, you can do this right now. Okay, I want you to see how powerful you are with this energy right now. Think about another part of the globe. Okay, if you're in the US, think about Australia, okay, or think about Antarctica. Now, you know that it exists, but in this moment, it's not vividly rendered in your perception. It exists as a concept or as a waveform or as a probability within your own mind. And the moment you turn your awareness towards it and you picture the coastline or like the ice, right? If we're thinking about Antarctica or like this red earth, maybe Australia, then it collapses into form from your own internal field. And before observation, it only exists in quantum superposition. And after observation, it becomes more defined, right? You begin to see it in your mind. So if you take it further, you can even think about someone from your past. That's what she's able to do, like a childhood friend, or it could be like a former partner or a family member. And a version of yourself from maybe even like 10 years ago, right? Something in the distant past. And until you bring them into your awareness, they're not actively there or present in your experience, but you're able to time travel. That is what plasma and ether, the fifth state of matter, fifth harmonic is. So they exist as potential memory states that you can draw in from the field. And the moment that you observe them, the image begins to sharpen and your emotional charge actually begins to activate. There will be strong sensation or an entanglement sometimes with that person or that version of self. Is a very strong corresponding level of consciousness and memories and vibrational frequency that you'll begin to become immersed in, okay, or re-immersed in. And that same neural pattern actually collapses into form, and your awareness is the key. That's what this energy is. Like, your awareness is truly the key. And this is what reality is. It exists in quantum superposition. And the Queen of Swords, she understands that. That's why she's a dreamer. She's the daydreamer. She's aware when she's inside of this dream. And this is superposition that's lived personally. Multiple realities existing simultaneously. But only the one that you're observing with attention becomes tangible. That's when you have enough reinforced thought. What is intention? Kinetic energy when supported with action, right? That creates velocity and this momentum. You take action towards that thought form becomes extremely conducive. You can think about it becoming more dense, more dense, more dense, collapsing through the membrane, and which is this experience of becoming part of your tangible reality. So if you walk even like further down this path, then you'll notice what lies behind you actually begins to feel less solid in that moment. The old paradigm begins to dissolve. Your details begin to like fade from what happened back there. It's like you're driving and you're looking in the rearview mirror, and the road that you were just on that seemed so clear a moment ago is literally dissolving, and this new road ahead of you is awaiting. It's not about what you're leaving behind, but it's focusing on what is calling you now. And that's exactly, where you are. And what once felt concrete in that way, it begins to become fluid. It begins to become formless. And that's why your past is not like this fixed block of time that's just seated behind you, but it's a probability field that you can access only when you observe it. So the present moment isn't like this slice of like you moving forward, but it's a point of collapse that happens where a waveform collapse is only one observed. So yeah, and your future is the same, right? Your future exists in quantum superposition, multiple states, multiple possibilities or outcomes, and they're not waiting somewhere far ahead, but they're existing in these frequency bands. So the moment you emotionally invest in one, or you rehearse it, or you feel it, or you identify with it, you begin collapsing that version of self towards you. And you can now feel this into your life. You can notice your life, right? Are there parts that feel solid or parts that feel uncertain right now? They're existing in quantum superposition. The uncertain parts are still in that form and have not yet fully collapsed yet. Notice how I say yet. Reality responds to where you place your attention. 144 in the chat right now, right? Angel, numbers, angels, and other higher dimensional beings existing in these realms, working behind the scenes, working behind the veils to ensure that you enter into these sacred well-aligned collisions where you're in the same time and space, and the same space and time as that opportunity, as that person, because it all is you. So when you focus on fear, the fearful timelines gain traction, right? You begin to build momentum towards that direction. And when you focus on sovereignty, that version of self stabilizes. So when we think about even like the Queen of Swords in this way, she understands this intuitively, that she understands that what she's looking at is not fixed, but is vibrating. And that's exactly how the snake sees the world. Okay, if you actually look at snake's vision, they can't see things that are standing still, that are completely still. They begin to lose that eyesight. But when it begins to move, they see this vibration begin to shift forms. Okay, and that's something that you've mastered when it comes to trusting your inner internal instinct in regards to what is formless right now, what is taking shape in your life. That's what this feels like. That is what the snake is. They sense things via vibration. So what you see in the world is not static, but is rendering. What is reality? It's a continuous summation of infinite quantum paths encoded into your field as a wave of possibility until acted upon. And that's what the fire horse numerical 1 year is. It's about the pioneer, the one that forges that path, the one that is someone who takes that less traveled road. They are the trailblazer, and that's exactly what you're being called to do this year, to show up for yourself in ways that you weren't previously able to. And it's not just for you, but it's also for all those who have come before you. So even the Queen of Swords, I guess, she wouldn't wait for the path to fully appear before she steps forward, but she steps forward even when a path appears to be uncertain. She understands that stepping into the path is precisely what causes the rendering itself. You can think about it as she walks this path, people begin to download into her third dimensional experience. The opportunity begins to download into her third dimensional experience. When you understand reality like this, like it truly is, you're not walking a path that was just like this pre-built structure, but it's extremely malleable. This reality is way more malleable than it appears to be. Even the device that you're tuning into this, right, that you're remote viewing this session in today, it's not even physical. You're not even physical. There's an illusion of physicality in this realm, right? It's just the repulsion of electromagnetic frequencies. The negative electrons orbiting the atoms of my hand are repelling the negative electrons orbiting the atoms of this hand. It's an illusion of solidity. And when we understand that the third density operates from these very slow bandwidths of frequency light, and that gives the density that we're moving through in this realm, we understand why things take time to manifest, why things appear like they're happening slower. So yeah, you're participating in this formation essentially. So nothing is truly solid, right? Everything is just held in pattern. How are you guys doing? Are you ready to head into our meditation? That's what I would say with this. Let me get one message as well for this, and then we'll head into hypnosis, and then afterwards we'll sit together. Oop. Let's get one message. You'd be the light. Firepower. Ah! So on point with this theme, right? Chandra. How does it not surprise me? And then you have the mentor at the base. So this is about you becoming, I'm hearing a student where you are learning, like you're a teacher, right? But you're also a student where you're learning yourself. It's like you're actually unlearning so that you can step back into whom it is that you've always been. Right, firepower. Let me see if I can find this. You're the fire horse, very auspicious. Here we go. So human beings want to be free. And you're answering the soul's call for exploration. That's what this is. This year marks the year where your soul's calling becomes louder than your fear. And fear is still going to be present, but you do not wait for the absence of fear to act. You walk the path even if uncertain. I'm hearing trusting that everything will find its way to you. Trusting that everything already awaits you on the path that you're walking down. I'm hearing the path that you're walking through, because you are the path experiencing itself. You are the people and the opportunities awaiting on the path. So I'm hearing some reunification with everything in which you are. So we want to choose our destiny. If something is holding you back, break the chains, unleash your inner fire and use it to fuel your actions. It's time for a breakthrough. Find out what drives you and your actions. Are you in control of that force, or is it controlling you? Can you watch your reaction as it's happening and then get into the driver's seat and consciously steer your actions instead of unconsciously reacting to them? So she never fails to find a new use for fire. With this, there's a huge energy around, again, observing the fear and then becoming greater than the fear or the mental thoughts and patterns within your own mind. That's how you master your relationship with the physical realm, because you first master your mind, which is Queen of Swords does. Okay, it's like she's losing any thoughts within her mind that don't serve her. She's able to actually observe them from a neutral point of awareness, right? She does not judge, yet she discerns. Is this thought conducive for my highest possible expansion? Or is this a thought that is counter-creative, right? That's what I'm seeing. Return things. This world is actually very, very simple. It comes from love or fear, and it comes from truth or inverted truths. You must be able to identify, is that truth the ultimate truth, or is it an inversion, right? Does it stem from fear and the illusion that the physical realm is all that there is, or that you are bound to being a physical being, because you're not just this physical vessel, but you're a timeless consciousness that's experiencing life utilizing this physical vessel. So how are you guys doing? Are you ready? I know I came on here a bit earlier, but now we're to the time where it was the initial plan. So we are always in divine timing, always at the speed of alignment. Let's go ahead and get into meditation. It's going to be a little bit of a longer one because I want to take you through hypnosis. So I want to get you to a certain point within your own brainwave states where we can allow you to step into a realm that reflects just how malleable this existence is. You're essentially going to end up going back into your past timeline, shifting things around. You're basically time traveling, carrying that back and anchoring it into the present. And when you understand retrocausality from the present moment, when you revisit and transform your past, it shifts your current vibration and also shifts, almost like a train track, the different future versions of reality that now become a resonant match with you. So that's what this is. Okay, let's go ahead and begin. I'm just going to open up with, do I have it? A quick sound bowl, and then Children of Light, we're going to all come into this space together. So thank you if you're here. Thank you for being present. Do whatever it is that you feel guided to do in this session as well as we walk through today to build momentum up within this community, within this group, within this sacred collective space that we're gathering. Because you all have so many gifts. Yes, let's all use our gifts now together. Exactly. You all have, every single one of you, even the one that doubts himself or is observing the one that doubts himself, there is no other soul in existence that has been born under the incarnation of the exact blueprint. And I don't want to say blueprint, but your own soul's odyssey, your own energetic signature. It's as unique as a snowflake. There is a special gift and ability that you have to contribute towards this group today. You're not here by accident. So however it is that you feel guided, as you heal yourself, you heal the earth, and you're also uplifting this space. And we're able to do this remotely, so it's beautiful. So thank you for being here. Okay. Right. Just close your eyes for me and bring awareness into your crown. It's this white gold column of light straight from source. Allow it to enter through the top of your head. Allow it to pour down into your third eye. It will be this calling, white, healing, nourishing light. Feel it pouring down into your throat, into your heart space, your solar plexus, your sacral chakra, through your root, down the perineum, and anchor it directly into the earth. Not the surface layer of the earth, but the crystalline core structure. Allow your full awareness to anchor into the entire organism and just be present with me. Focus on what it is you're doing in this moment, within the eternal now. Focus on what it is that you're creating. If your mind wanders, that's okay. Just gently bring it back. Feel yourself stable, anchored. and present. When you ground into the earth, you immediately enter into alpha state. It's neutralizing the energy in your vessel. It's bringing you back into a state of coherence, remembering that you're having a physical experience. Now I want you to expand your awareness 360 degrees around your vessel. See your entire body inside of this luminous sphere. I want you to scan the front of your sphere. Scan the sides. You can start with the right side. You should be seated in the center of this bubble. And just scan the back of your body, the back of the bubble. And move over to your left side. Also scan above you and below you. See your awareness as if it's a light, and wherever you place it, the illumination begins. You don't have to overthink it, but you can observe it. The bubble is already there. Your auric field is already there. You're simply placing your awareness there. If any areas feel unclear or dark or hard to visualize, maybe dense or distant, this is information for you, because your field reflects your subconscious. Your body is a holographic expression of stored memory, emotion, belief, and nervous system imprinting. So if something feels blocked, it simply means that a part of you has been unconscious. And now you're just becoming conscious of it. That's all it is. So as you shine your awareness there, notice how it may begin to lighten and clarify. And your field automatically reorganizes itself. Trust what it is that you're imagining. Focus on what it is that you're creating in this moment. Your imagination is the language and the direct access point to your own subconscious. You're not making it up. You're interfering with your own internal field. We're now going to focus on the root chakra. And I want you to focus on your internal 𝓤𝓪𝓭𝓪. This is going to be at the base of your spine. And from its center, you can see this light rising. You can feel it spiral outwards, and then it folds back inwards in this centripetal toroidal vortex motion. You can spin it slowly. You are in control of this. You are the controller. Your awareness is the remote control. Whatever you intend to happen will happen instantaneously. So begin to spin this sphere faster. It's not a flat disc, but it's literally a sphere. You can see it as almost like a sacred crystal vortice. As you spin it faster, you can let fear scripts or any generational survival patterns that have been pulled into the vortex, you can spin them outwardly and neutralize it. Just continue spinning your root chakra, your vortice, until it's crystalline clear, until it's no longer obstructed and is neutralized. This is your largest center of primordial life force. So just stay here until it feels completely crystalline clear. And then begin to expand your awareness to the 360-degree bubble and dome around your root field. This is an energetic projection of your root chakra. It extends far beyond the human vessel, and it's surrounding you. In front, behind, the sides, above, below. Scan your field. Scan this root bubble around you carefully. And just notice, are there any tears, thin areas or holes, any fractured or clouded parts. Don't rush this. I'm hearing many of you have utilized this practice in many of your parallel lives. It may be the first time that you're coming into this exercise and remembering it within this body, within this vessel. You already know exactly how to do this. If there are areas that you cannot see clearly, that just simply means your subconscious has not yet revealed it. So just invite your awareness gently. If any debris appear, they may look like symbols or faces or objects or archetypes. Use a tool of your choice. It could be fire, where you're blowing up these thought forms in your field, maybe an explosion or compression. You can melt them into liquid light, or you can nourish them with water and just allow them to drain through your source cord down to the center of the earth. This is one of your channels of elimination. Or you can send it up to source and your source cord. Wherever the dome may be thin, allow yourself to thicken it. Where there are tears, you can seal them with your light. And just do this until your bubble is completely impenetrable. And don't move on until you feel like the root dome around you is just completely sealed. And when it does, allow any residue to fall down your grounding cord and feel the earth receive it as your root stabilizes. We're now going to move on to the sacral chakra. So this is your internal vortice. It's an orange sphere below the navel. Allow the light to rise up from the center. It spirals outwards and folds back in on itself. And spin this faster and faster, clearing any emotional residue, any entanglements, shame, suppressed desire. This vortex is your power point. It will instantaneously neutralize the energy. It can be as easy or hard as you want it to be. You can even come into the state of the observer and watch the one, the human, the avatar, the character that you're playing, do what it is that it already knows how to do naturally. The body is an intelligently designed, natural piece of technology. When the internal center feels coherent, crystalline clear, then expand your awareness to the sacral dome around your body, the energetic projection that extends far beyond this internal vortice. Within this holographic dome, scan it slowly again. Start with the front area. Are there any threads? You might notice attachments or holes or leaks of your life force. You can seal that up with your awareness. You can move to your sides and the back of the body. This will tell you where any imbalances are. The front and the right of the body is going to be the masculine, and the back and the left side is going to be the feminine. This will clearly indicate to you any ancestral themes that have been prominent within your field. You're having a conversation right now with your own subconscious. Don't move on until you're completely certain that you've cleared your field. Sending it to your portal of elimination. You may want to work with the water element. If there's any tears, seal them with liquid light. If there are any archetypes or symbols, then just observe them without fear, and it will instantaneously neutralize them. Just completely solidify the dome until it's smooth, strong, and completely contained. You can have fun with it as well. It doesn't have to be something so serious. You are playing with your subconscious after all. Allow the earth to absorb it and just feel your creative flow stabilize. You're doing so well. Focus on what it is that you're creating in this moment. Now we're going to move to the solar plexus when you're ready. We're going to go internal first. So this is going to be in the upper belly. See this golden sphere at your solar plexus. The light ignites again from the center, it spirals outwards, and then it folds back into itself in this powerful centripetal motion. Now spin it faster for me. As you do that, feel any doubt burning any fragmentation or externalized authority. And let the internal vortex consolidate your power. Feel it becoming crystalline clear. You should notice that as we move up the vortices, this becomes a lot easier. Now begin to scan your external solar plexus dome. This holographic projection that extends 360 degrees around you. And look carefully. If there's any fractures, you might see some cracks here, or areas where your power has leaked. Again, you can start with your front, the masculine. Scan your field. Utilize any tool of your choice. You may want to cut up any thought forms here, sealing any cracks. You can move to your side, your right, then your back and your left, above, so below. Clear anything that you find in this vortice down to your portal of elimination, into the center of the earth. And don't move on until you feel like you've sealed everything. You can use the fire element to wield it shut, or compress light into a dense golden armor, not rigid, but completely sovereign. A smooth and impenetrable self-contained bubble. You can utilize the fire element for this. It can be very helpful for the solar plexus, and send any ash or remaining residue down your grounding cord. And allow yourself to be seated in your power. Now we're going to move to the strongest alchemical point, your heart space. This is an emerald sphere, a light that raises, it spirals outward, and it folds inward. Spin it faster and faster until it's crystalline clear. Focus on what it is that you're creating now in this moment. Focus on what it is that you're doing in the eternal now, in this very moment. As you spin it, feel any grief clearing in your field, any clear abandonment imprints, clear conditional love contracts. And as you scan the dome around you, notice, are there any old walls or fractures or defensive shields or open wounds? And just begin to heal them. If there's any tears, you can wield them shut with light. If there are any holes, you can fill them with unconditional love. And do not move on until the heart field feels whole. Soft but impenetrable. This is going to be a very vital alchemical portal for you this year. Your heart is going to lead you in ways that the mind doesn't fully understand. And just send any residue in your field down to earth or up to source. If there are any cords in this field, you can simply cut them from anyone around you. You can cut your own and send them up to source with unconditional love and feel the heart stabilize. Now move up to your throat chakra. This is an internal vortice. It's a blue sphere. So it's going to spiral upwardly, outwardly, and fold back into itself. This is going to clear any suppressed truth the faster that you spin this vortice. It should happen fairly quickly. It can be as easy or hard as you want it to be. Now scan the throat dome around you and see if there are any blockages, any barriers, or thin membranes, and just begin to seal them. I want you to just reinforce the dome around you. So there's no leakages, no distortions. Your expression becomes stable and protected, and send any debris down to your grounding cord. Now we're going to move on to the third eye, your internal vortice first, and then we will seal the external. So this is an indigo center where it spirals upwards, outwards, and it folds inwardly, back in on itself. Spin this vortice faster, clearing any distorted perception. And now scan the dome around your head. It's going to be all around you. Is there any fog? You may notice artificial overlays or cracks in perception. Just dissolve anything that's unclear. Your awareness is the most powerful tool that you have. Reinforce the dome with this indigo light. Allow it to be impenetrable, clear, and coherent. And do not move on until it feels completely stable. You can send this energy up to source or down to the earth, maybe both. As we move up, it should be getting easier and easier because you've already worked through the densest realms. You're moving into the highest octaves of yourself. Now we're going to move on to the crown. With your internal vortice, this is going to be at the crown of your head. So it's a spiral that goes upwards, outwards, and folds back in on itself, spinning that vortice faster and faster. And as you do so, you're clearing any outdated contracts that you're no longer bringing with you into the year of the fire horse. There are clear separation codes that are happening. And scan the crown dome. Notice if there's any tears, any open portals or unconscious agreements that are still attached that you no longer wish to bring forward with you. This is where you're able to utilize your free will. You're in the realm of free will right now. So just seal anything that needs to be. Enforce the dome with your sovereign light. Allow it to become impenetrable, aligned, and clear. You may notice beautiful geometry within the holographic dome structure. That's your own unique design. The vortice has many different micro vortices within it. And just admire your field. Take a moment to admire your field. Send any residue down to earth or up to source. And just feel the earth rotating through you. Focus on your grounding cord right now. Allow Gaia to move through you. As you move through her, you move as one. Among your clear centers, you might feel that one is luminous now. Now that you've cleared them, one may feel more alive or vibrant, and allow that chakra field to reveal itself to you. There's a guide that exists and occupies one of these dimensional fields of consciousness. Allow that guide to reveal itself to you. They're encoded into your field at the time of birth. I'm hearing some of you have only now intersected with this guide. They're designed, I'm hearing, taking form in your life at this time to engage with you in your third dimensional experience. As this new phase activates, they're designed to assist you at this stage of your evolution, and that's why they're stepping forth. Allow them to deliver whatever message needs to be. There may be a particular chakra body that you feel being filled with this warmth, with this light. And just thank the guide and allow it to reintegrate into your field when you're ready. Now you're ready to enter into quantum retrieval and somatic healing. So I want you to stay anchored between crown and the earth and just gently bring your awareness back to the last 24 hours and review your day, almost like you're watching your life like a movie, either 24 hours or the past week, month, year. And allow one moment to resurface, the one that carried the strongest emotional charge. You don't have to analyze it. You don't need to get lost in the scene or the memory. Just simply scan your body and focus on where you feel it. Notice if your solar plexus is tightening, if your chest is constricting, or your throat is closing. Maybe your stomach is clenching, or your jaw is holding tension, or your root is bracing. Just let the body speak first and stay with the sensation. Don't try to fix it, don't try to override it, but just simply observe the sensation that's surfacing within the body because your body is speaking to you right now. Now give this sensation a name. I want you to name the sensation that you're feeling in the form of an emotion. Maybe it was anger that arose, perhaps anxiety, maybe irritation or self-doubt. You could have been feeling overwhelm or defensiveness. That's the first layer. Just stay with the emotion. I know it's uncomfortable. This is where many people actually step out. But you're strong enough to move through this, to allow this emotion to move through you. Emotions are energy in motion, and it's desiring to be alchemized, and that's exactly what you're doing. Now ask yourself what's underneath that emotion. For example, was the anger a deep sense of hurt? Under anxiety, was there insecurity? Under self-doubt, was there a fear of not being enough? Under defensiveness, was there a fear of rejection? Name the deeper layer and just stay with it. You're understanding the origin of it. And now go deeper still. At the very root, was the emotion sourced from love or fear? Strip the story away. Maybe it was fear of abandonment or fear of being unseen, fear of losing connection or being unsafe or feeling unworthy. Was it distorted love or trying to protect you? Let the root reveal itself to you and just sit there, because this is the code. This is the subconscious contract that began looping, and now you're simply illuminating it. Now allow your awareness to travel back When was the first time you ever felt this root emotion? You can go as far back as into the mother's womb, if need be, before language or memory or logic. Don't force it, but let the earliest imprint arise. You're going to notice a database of memories that open up, and that's okay. Time is not linear, it's spherical. So you're going to see that this root emotion played parts in many areas of your life. You may go back into a room, you may notice a face or a younger version of yourself. You might be in a schoolyard or a family scene, or in silence or a womb-like space. Just step into the scene. You're not reliving it, but you're witnessing it. Just observe that younger self, observe the environment, and observe the energy. Now notice how that version of you is a fractal expression of your current field. It's a smaller holographic imprint carrying the same frequency that you felt today, within the last 24 hours, the last week, the last month, or the last year. Just pause that memory and look at yourself in this moment. Ask yourself, what did I believe I needed from them? Or if you're in the mother's womb, ask what the mother believed that she needed, or what you believe that you needed from her or the environment. Did you need acceptance, or to be told that you were enough, to be chosen, to be understood or protected, maybe validated, comforted, or to simply just be seen without judgment? Take your time and notice what your body says. And ask yourself something deeper. Was that person capable of giving it to me? Was that person capable of giving it to themselves? Did they have that frequency available within their own system? Because if they did not have it for themselves, then clearly they were not capable of giving it to you. And it's not because you're unworthy, but it's because you were operating from their own subconscious programming, their own unhealed fractals, and their own survival scripts. Just allow that to settle in, because it's a real realization in that moment. It's a real truth that's being unveiled. Now step forward towards your younger self and give them exactly what they need. Not from lack and not from longing, but from sovereignty. If they needed acceptance, then wrap them in unconditional love. If they needed protection, then stand beside them with strength. If they needed compassion, then soften your voice and just touch their shoulder and let them feel the warmth. If they needed understanding, then tell them, I see you. You make sense. You're not wrong. You're safe with me. And allow that energy of acceptance or love, compassion or non-judgment, whatever it is, to fill your younger self's body. And watch how their posture shifts. Watch how their breath changes. And watch how their nervous system settles. Now, step back and replay the scene as if that frequency had always been present within the younger self. How would they have behaved differently? Would you have spoken, maybe stood taller, or trusted yourself sooner? Would you have chosen differently? Watch the fractal of yourself shift in real time and see the energetic geometry reorganize. The color may change, the density changes, the contraction dissolves. When one fractal changes, the entire hologram around its environment updates. Feel how that younger self no longer holds the same charge. Now see all the versions of you across space and time that repeated this pattern. See them like a reflection in a hall of mirrors. As this root imprint changes, watch how those fractals begin to shift too. Some brighten, some merge or dissolve, because they were all expressions of the same core frequency. Now feel those fragments, those suspended fractals, move towards you. They were not stuck in the past, but they were waiting for coherence. See them move towards your heart space and fully absorb them. Feel your chest expand and feel your field grow brighter and more coherent. Because you're not just remembering in this moment, but you're reorganizing the field. This is quantum healing. When you change the charge of a memory, then you change the informational imprint in the subconscious. When the subconscious imprint changes, your present behavior changes. And when your present behavior changes, your future timelines reorganize. Just begin to feel that. I feel that recalibrating your field right now. Feel your future timelines begin to shift in resonance. They're self-organizing themselves around your current frequency. Reality is recalibrating itself and reconfiguring itself to correspond with your internal transformation and shift. Allow this integration to settle into your nervous system. You'll notice your body may feel lighter or warmer and more stable. The contractions have softened because the fractal has updated. You supplied exactly what was missing. And nothing outside of you controls that anymore because you're creating and allowing the new geometry to anchor. Now we're going to enter into the crown room. This is a karmic contract room. It's a portal from your crown chakra. So I want you to enter into this room. It's going to look like a soul archetype-based house. It's a reflection of your soul. So notice the architectural geometry that takes place. It may be a big hall. It could be a library. It may be a small room. It could be a shed. It could be multiple rooms. And utilizing your crown chakra, I want you to dissolve this room of any karmic contracts, any lessons that you've learned throughout the year of the snake or prior from the lens of separation, suffering, or pain. It could be a chamber of scrolls. It may be written on a tablet of stone. Anything that you believed about your life that was happening to you instead of through you. Just see them clearly. And you want to dissolve these from a place of neutrality. Allow your violet flame to dissolve what is finally complete, with no anger, no emotion, just pure clarity and sovereignty. And fully clear this room. Now, from the base of your spine, I want you to see two serpents, almost like DNA coiling up the spine, through the root, the sacral chakra, the solar plexus, the heart, through the throat, the third eye, and up the crown. And as it reaches the crown, allow them to burst into cascading light, and it rains down your body, down your face, your shoulders, your arms, your fingertips, your stomach, your legs, your knees, your calves, down to your toes, and absorb it through the muscle, the skin, the bone, down to the cellular level, clearing your relationship with the matrix. Call all fragments to return to you, and just place your hands on your heart and feel it glowing brighter and brighter. Feel all of you returning, and just feel the beat of your heart, the beat of the universe. Now see old serpent skin behind you. You're not rejecting it, but you've mastered it. And in front of you, a fire horse made of luminous flame. And it's not chaotic, but it's focused. This horse, it's intentional and it's grounded. Place your hand on its neck and feel forward motion begin in your spine. There's not this rushing energy, or there's just momentum. And feel yourself still anchored to the earth, still connected to source. The snake gave you traction and the horse gives you velocity. And you can open your eyes when you're ready and come back to your body and still feel this source cord through the crown of your head, all the way through your vortices, your chakra portals, grounding into the center of the earth. And just open up your first star chakra. It's going to be beneath your feet. It's going to be a sphere in vortice. You can feel it happening now. And open up the star chakra beneath that. It's going to be your second one, grounding you deeper and deeper into the earth. And open up your third one. It's going to be beneath that. And now open up a x-axis. It's going to move through your stomach. It's like a pillar of white light. And it moves through the entire circumference of the earth. It connects you with the energetic grid of this planet. And allow your field to expand in this moment. You don't have to reduce yourself here. You don't have to dim your light in any way. Expand it to the edges of the cosmos and back as far as you want. And thank you. Oh, I look forward to seeing your guys' comments and see what it is that you experienced. I'm going to actually post a link for the live if anyone wants to enter and share what it is that they had experienced in that session. I'll be interested to see what it is that you saw as a theme. But yeah, let's go ahead and do some messages for you, because if you are here, then you're doing the work. And it's incredibly inspiring. I'm going to get a Cosmos Oracle message for this. If you feel called to share. Yeah. So we said you have just become your own ley line. That's exactly what's happening. You're doing grid work where you are right now. You're healing the earth as you heal yourself, as you go through that clearing. Let's see what's calibrated in your field. Solar Zenith. Solar Zenith is literally the energy that we were working with. It's so funny. And then you also have Celestial Uterus. So this connection that you've cultivated with yourself is essentially leading to the birth of a new you. Okay, it's allowing the new you to emerge. And I'm seeing it's almost like it's freeing yourself. Let me go ahead and read it. It's your connection to source. That's what Solar Zenith is. It's one of the most powerful esoteric cards in this deck. Very much the energy, and that's your source cord, because that white pillar of light that you guys see, that is the source cord that plugs you into this matrix. It's the very thing that powers your existence in this incarnation. So beyond the mind, that's what happens, right, with the Queen of Swords. So beyond the mind, we meet with the sun at its highest point. The solar zenith marks the point where the observer and the energy centers are perfectly aligned. This is what you've just done. If you've just sat through that session and reconnection with yourself, this is your energy centers are now perfectly aligned. Your nervous system is regulated. You can see this existence clearly through the lens of the soul. You can see yourself clearly. I'm hearing some of you are seeing yourself clearly for the first time. You've never seen yourself at this angle before, at this octave before. I'm hearing some of you have gained glimpses of it, but you haven't been seated in it. Okay, so in our microcosms, we have energy points which are aligned linearly from top to bottom. The energy flows through these in a linear way. The lines continue beyond our body, both up and down, making us a tool which connects us to the sky and the earth. What do we just do? The solar zenith is located above the head and forms a ladder straight to the sky. It is directly related to the last energy point of our microcosm and the connection that we have to the heavens. Not only did the sun rise for you, but it's in perfect balance with your being. That's what's happening. That's literally what's happening. Now, I'm also going to read the celestial uterus card real quick because this is the underlying foundation. It's allowing a new you to emerge. It feels like a new you, but it's whom it is that you've always been before the world had shaped you into a version of yourself or a shell of who you truly are. And it's like you're finally breaking free from that shell. So this is Genesis, fertility, and support. Everything begins in a uterus, which is a container, solitary in silence, resting before leaving the dark to step into the light. Giving birth to allow us to flourish in society and interact with the rest of the planet. The uterus gives us the necessary time to contemplate the crucial phases of our life and, above all, of gestation. What else could have possibly come from that seed? We are born, and as we flourish, we gestate and give birth to ourselves continuously in the cycle of life, revealing it from our hidden gestation process. It says, we acknowledge ourselves as human creatures who change our skin on a cyclical basis, giving life and birth to new parts of our being. So again, it's like you've changed your skin, you've shed your skin. That is I'm hearing the final sealing of the year of the snake itself, as you're emerging as this new archetype that you're moving through the system with. So our projects and relationships are formed in the same way, in this continuous birth of the fractal of life, which needs two parts: the alchemy in which you've done, and the elements which you worked with, and also the space to contain it. You've just created space for alchemy to take place. So just deep that. What is everyone saying in the chat? Who were you before coming here? That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, super beautiful. Oscillate said, I noticed the ask response and changed the last 3 days. Beautiful. Okay. We have Richie in the backstage, so I'm going to add Richie to stage and see if he wants to share what it is that he had experienced with us. Hi, Richie.
Hello. Hi,
How are
everyone.
you? Good to see you
Oh,
again.
good to see you. Wow, that was really, really powerful. I had to wipe my tears quite a few times, but I saw it was so cool because as soon as you said it doesn't have to be like so serious. It could be like you could like have a little fun with it. It was
Mm.
like I saw like your AI, like that version of you that you use in your AI, like the
Okay, yeah.
woman with the butterfly in her hair. I saw
Yeah.
her come into the orbs and she was like helping me fix the orbs, like fix the hole. Like, and I noticed that there was a lot more like issues like in the masculine. I've never done that before. I've never had that where like the front, you said the front and the right
Masculine.
was the masculine,
And the
left
back
and
and the
back
left.
was feminine. It seemed like there was a lot more issues with the masculine, but as soon as like I felt that it was fixed, I was like, it just felt so good. And when I went back, when you said to go back, and I never forgot that about the quantum being able to go back in time and forward. And I've been thinking about that a lot, how it's like, if we know what's coming, why wait? Like, if you know that we're birthing heaven on earth, why wait to feel it? And
Yeah.
anyway, when you said to go back, I was brought to speaking at my best friend's wedding. And I and I like, I have a lot of anxiety. I've been letting it go. And I always was able to look who I was after the fact, what I should have said, what I would have said if I was that version of myself. So I went back to the child. I went back to the child and I said, you're safe. You're safe. Everyone is averted. And I hugged my child self, which is extremely emotional. I hugged him. I was like, bro, it's all good. Like everything you're ever gonna come across, it's not what it seems. Like everyone loves you. You're safe. And then when you said to all those fractals of that version of yourself with that energy, I felt it all come back into my heart. It was absolutely beautiful. Um, yeah, I spoke at his wedding and I told him about a time regression therapy. I spoke to 150 people about a time regression therapy that I had, and it was very deep. And how I spent, the best moment of my life was chasing him through a backyard. My higher self chose to show me chasing my best friend through the backyards of a block party. And I said, we're supposed to cherish these moments. You're supposed to go back to these moments of fulfillment and joy and hold on to these moments and use them in times of, you know, anxiety or uncomfortability. But yeah, this was incredible, and it was it was everything that I was far more actually than I was expecting. It was very beautiful. I feel very clear. I feel very whole, and yeah, that was incredible. Thank you so much. My inner child, I literally hugged my inner child, and I think that he's much happier. So thank you so much.
No, yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing as well. And also just sitting to actually do to restore harmonic order within your own vessel, essentially. That's what you were doing. And it's so beautiful to see, because every time you do it, there will be this whole database of memories that opens up. But every time you revisit, this is the beauty of it, when you revisit that memory where you were speaking at your friend's wedding, the relationship to it now begins to shift, and there's not that same sensation within the body. It's like what you're doing is healing, because you're reintegrating that fractal fragment, that fragmented piece of self, and you're showing it a different expression, a higher expression. And that's what it is to become whole, is to heal yourself and to integrate those parts that are still essentially suspended within your field. So that's what you did. You did basically like an act of soul retrieval. And when you said about speaking at your friend's wedding, I automatically saw throat and also like solar plexus, like a lot of even like doubt about what you were saying, or again, like suppressed truth or expression, and feeling maybe not so confident in your sense of expression. And that's the like reoccurring theme that you've moved through, and you know how to do it. So you're clearing up that even like ancestral memory as well. You know, as you're clearing up your own history, you're also clearing up your, you know, one body of consciousness, that lineage, and you're becoming the portal for them to begin to relate to those vibrational experiences from a higher perspective. You know, it's like you're revisiting it from the healed lens. So that's
Yeah,
super beautiful.
I see that. I tried really hard to dive deep to find out what the fear of judgment uh, stemmed from, because that's what I felt. Come on, when you brought us deeper and deeper and deeper, the underlying thing that just kept coming up was fear of judgment, fear of being judged, and I just tried so hard to figure out what it was from.
What was the was that the original, just curious, what was the original thing that you felt, like the original sensation that you linked to an emotion that
Anxiety.
had stopped you? Anxiety, yeah.
Yeah, that was number one. That was like right in front and center, anxiety, and then it went lower and lower to fear of judgment, because that was very prominent my whole life, was fear of judgment, you know. And I just never really figured out what that was from. I figured out like the throat chakra blockages. I told you about that. I figured that out. But the fear of judgment is just, I don't know, maybe the same thing, you know, just from past
Yeah.
lives.
I was even, yeah, exactly, even from past lives. And that's a beautiful thing. Once you do this clearing within this lifetime, and you kind of clear those databases and begin to alchemize those timelines, it is actually much easier to begin to retrieve parallel life memories as well. And that's the beauty of it, because it's quantum healing that takes place. That theme is not limited to Earth itself. It's also these quantum non-local connections within other planetary star systems and simultaneous lifetimes where you're leading a life as a Pleiadian or Assyrian or an Arcturian or reptilian. You know, it's like, this is, as you heal your essentially bloodline on Earth, you're also pulling forward your starseed lineages simultaneously, because we're existing in a quantum reality. And that's the beauty of it. Usually we come to Earth and to work with these this contrast and in one of these densest realms, because it literally becomes the planet in which alchemy can take place, so that we can heal the laws of duality that we're also experiencing within these higher realms as well. So it all bleeds into each other, and you'll notice that as you continue to do this work. And another thing I wanted to say is, when you see anxiety surface within your body once again, because these are fractal expressions, it's not that anxiety will ever go away, but when it does resurface, your relationship with it begins to shift, because then you'll observe Richie, who is anxious. You can understand the origin or root of that anxiety. Maybe it's fear of judgment in that moment. You understand what it truly is. And then you're able to go back to that inner child. And what did you say you needed to provide him? It was like deep acceptance.
Yeah, safety. Like, hey, you're safe. You're safe. I hugged him. I said, that was my initial thing that came up was, you're safe, dude. It's all good. It's all good. You're safe. There's no judgment of you. You're loved. Everything's fine. Because I've had this since I was very, very little, as far as I can remember. And then the bad batch of weed just set it off times 1,000. But I always had that fear of judgment. Like, I was always very quiet. I couldn't speak in class, even when I was, in elementary school. I felt like I could never be myself, but I always saw the version of myself, the true version of myself after the fact. It was almost like I saw the other timeline or the other reality where I was healed, like as if I did hug my younger self. Like, I saw it. I knew exactly what I would say. I was funny. I was like freaking Jim Carrey. Like, the really, really happy version of me is literally like Jim Carrey. Like, I'm very sarcastic, and I always could see that version of myself after the fact. I would see it in my head. Like, oh, I would literally see myself like cracking the joke or just being silly,
We understand from that moment what the emotional trigger or highly charged emotional event that happened within that experience that actually led to us taking on that belief system. And what we begin to recognize is that belief system never belonged to us. It's something that we adopt as our own, and we hold it as our own until we begin to, again, it's very malleable, until we begin to alchemize it. Essentially, a belief is almost like a blockage, and it blocks your infinite potential and the way that source wants to express itself through this vessel. And it almost like it pollutes the runway in which source animates this experience to you, and distorts the way that, again, you see yourself as well. So the message I was going to say is, when anxiety rises and you understand that the origin point could be that fear of judgment, then you actually come in and you bring yourself that sense of safety, and you say, hey, Richie, you are safe, you are stable, you are secure, and you come back to yourself. Because I always find when anxiety arises, it's because we have almost like checked out of the body or the organism, and we're having to anchor ourselves back in our level of awareness. Instead of being up there, we need to come more into the body, because anxiety leads to us dissociating, So
yeah,
it actually,
like the disconnection.
Exactly. Instead of like disconnecting, you need to actually connect with yourself then more than ever.
In that moment.
So that's like, and that's like continued embodiment. That's where your life becomes a walking meditation, because this is a practice that you'll continue to happen through your waking experience. That's what true embodiment is. That's why I say meditation is not just a compartmentalized practice, but it becomes a way of being, and a way in which you move through this existence. You can move through those different states of awareness, and now you know exactly what to facilitate yourself with. That's when you become your own source. You don't need to be reliant upon external safety or people to, reinforce that safety to you, when you can do that for yourself. That's what it is to become your own source and to become whole, and not to outsource your sense of safety in external things or opinions or how people perceive you, because all that matters is how you perceive yourself and fully receiving yourself in that moment. So that will be your continued homework, and we all have it, we all have it in different things. And as you continue to do that, that practice, you'll see different things resurface all the time. There's so many interesting themes that will show up in your life. So yeah, it's beautiful. But thank you for coming on and sharing. You're deeply appreciated.
Thank you so much, TC. That was beautiful. I appreciate you so much. All right. Love you, everybody.
Again soon. Okay, I'm gonna bring on Lee because he is next in queue. Hello, Lee. How are you doing?
Hello. Oh my God. Can I stop crying now?
I was going to say, I didn't want to say it during the meditation, but I remember the first time I did that, I was crying a lot, and not even the first time, the first few, and it will, but it's cleansing. but then you don't get stuck too much in the emotion. You begin to observe it, but allow yourself to feel it.
Yeah. I you took me back to, because a couple months ago I did like some mirror work on the same exact scenario, and I didn't cry as much back then as I did now. And when I cried now, I felt it like really tight in my chest. And then like I replayed the whole scenario like I did back then, doing the mirror work. But then this time, back then I looked at my younger self and I said, "It's okay, I'm here for you now." But this time, I hugged myself and I could feel like the energy pulsing through my heart into his heart, younger me's heart, and I was like, "It's okay." And I just felt like the light just shine bright from both of us. I was like, it's okay, we got this." And my God, thank you so much. That was so therapeutic. That whole thing to go through that. I thought I took care of that scenario myself, and I did to a certain extent. But you pushed it even harder, which is like it went deeper into the moon and cleared all the bullshit out. I was like, "All right, let's go, let's do this, let's go," and it helped so much. Thank you, thank you.
No, thank you, because you're doing good work where you are. You know, every single one of us that's in these coordinates, we are becoming a conduit for that alchemy to take place. And as we're healing the earth, you know, it's like, this is, thank you, you know, and thank you every single one of you as well. It's beautiful to take place, and it's so interesting to see how sometimes we think that something that we've healed from something, like we truly know we've healed from something when we can then revisit the event and it no longer has the same emotional sensation or response, and we actually just see it completely through the lens of wisdom and through the lens of the soul, and that interaction that we're having with another light being. So it's just, that's when we truly heal. So that healing it's cyclical. It's not linear. And what's interesting is sometimes that same memory will begin to resurface, and there will be more that you clear on those levels that you once existing in, and you'll see it will continue to happen, but each time it gets easier and easier and easier and more fluid. But yeah, that's so beautiful. What was the initial sensation that came up for you within
It
the
was
past?
it definitely anxiety, like stress. It was kind of two things. It was like, remember back in, I said in Egypt I had a fear of abandonment. So it was like back then I noticed like it was a fear of abandonment and was also a fear of unworthiness. So it's like unworthiness and abandonment all in one scenario when I was a kid. And then when you said like, now now you said like, okay, you could relax now and look at all the different scenarios where that played out. And that's where I thought of, where all that different scenarios where that same exact thing of unworthiness and abandonment played out in all my different lives, or all the different scenarios in my life, or all the different relationships and all that. I was like, I could see it now. And you're like, okay, now look. And then you also said like, now look at it from, try and understand it from their perspective during that moment, how they weren't really tuned in with themselves. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that now. So it's like kind of like forgiveness for me and forgiveness for them at the same time, you know? And it felt really good. It felt good.
There was so much I was going to say and it just flew, but that's you reading the Akashic Records. That's what all of you did today. You're reading the Akashic Records. That's what it is. That is, it's not just about the future, but it's also about doing that clearing from the past so that you can shift your current vibration. That's retro causality. That's what you're doing. Oh, there was something else that you said there, Lee. Oh, I was going to ask you, because I really want people to understand what it is that they're going through and how to listen to their body. Was there a very specific contraction that showed up within your vessel that you noticed? Or was your
Right
solar
here.
plexus heart?
Right here,
Heart?
the heart, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
and then when I hugged myself during that scenario as a kid, I was like, I felt it come, like everything just burst through the heart like a Care Bear, like boom, and it was like bursting back at me. I was like, okay, we got this, and just the light just came through both of us. And I was like, we're good now, we're good, it's okay, we're good. It was wonderful.
That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. Yeah, and so that's interesting that both you and Richie felt that similar sensation of anxiety. And it's almost like fear of abandonment. And sometimes it appears like it's external when we're outsourcing that sense of safety that we need in that moment. But it's actually where we can abandon ourselves as well, in the fact that we are our own source. And I think that's the beauty of it. I think anxiety has been like a huge collective theme because we're literally leaning into the edge of the unknown. That's why I'm almost making this report right now. I feel like I'm collecting data and seeing what is the theme, because I felt that as well in my meditations. I do this every day. So
Oh.
this is this is something that you should integrate into your your daily practice, even if it's not this intense of a hypnosis session, you can do all the chakras at once. But that's it came back around. What you're doing with the heart chakra is when you felt that contraction, right? That's the DNA that was suppressed, right? Then when you begin to clear up that dense debris, the DNA begins to expand. And what happens is you're entering into these dimensional gateways. Each one of the chakras, as you saw, it was like a sphere, dimensional holographic sphere around you. Each one of those is like its own ecosystem, filled with memories and people and opportunities that you'll meet in resonance with the wounds there, or the highest expression of it. So what you're doing is almost like, and these are like fields that we enter into even during dream space. Whatever is most imbalanced, those will be the themes that we play out in these other parallel resonant lives. So that's basically what you're doing. You're entering into those planes, you're restoring the imbalances in those realms, and it leads to a reconfiguration that happens like internal as within, so without. So it's like a reconnection with yourself that was needed in that moment. So that's beautiful. What would be your takeaway from it if you feel anxiety rising in your experience, or a fear of like abandonment within your experience? Like, so let's say you move through your day and that sensation comes up tomorrow or later on today. What are you going to be able to supply or facilitate to Lee?
I think I would just put my hand on my heart and say we've already moved past this. That's no longer us anymore. Yeah, something like that. What really caught my attention was when you said like after everything like this is, and I replayed that same like different scenarios with that same theme of both the abandonment and the unworthiness, and you were like, now that's quantum healing, where I went through every scenario that I've been through in my life, and like I kind of just healed every scenario in that moment, or did as much healing as I could in that moment, or right now for those moments, because you probably want to dig a little bit deeper to pull more shit out, but you were just like, that's quantum healing. I'm like, yeah. That's when everything just felt nice and calm. I was like, yeah, we're good. We're good. But that would be my takeaway. Just put my hand on my heart and just say, just focus on now, because that was then and this is now. That's it.
Precisely. That's so beautiful. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I'm going live with Mo on Sunday, so I hope to see you there.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna be there. I know Richie's gonna be there too. And like, it's funny you mentioned Richie because, like I said before, like it wasn't a mistake that I was supposed to meet him in Egypt. We were supposed to meet up. Just like you said, like me and him have kind of like the same theme. Like yeah, we were supposed to meet up.
100%. Yeah, it's so interesting that you had that same moon that you worked on today, and that it's like a resonance where you were both healing those similar themes as well. So it's so interesting to see how the nucleus of a family forms like that, and that's so great. And I was working through the same things in Egypt as well, which is like the nucleus of a family of how you were both drawn to this connection as well. Those are the same themes I was working through as well. So yeah, it's beautiful to see how that comes to pass.
There are no coincidences. Are no coincidences.
No, anything's coinciding always.
Thank you, Titi.
Thank you, Lee. Ooh, I'm gonna bring up Angela next. We have a couple of you backstage. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Oh, my heart is still overflowing. That was so amazing. So my initial feeling was fear, probably anxiety, fear. And I tied it, the place I went back to, I tell myself I don't remember, but I feel like I do suddenly. I had a traumatic birth. And I remember asking about it when I was younger because I have a dent like in my forehead that you can see, and then there's one in the back of my head. And so I noticed the back of my head once and was like, "Mom, did you like drop me on my head? What is this?" And she's like, "Well, I was in labor with you for 3 days. You didn't want to come out. They had to pull you out with forceps." And so I remember thinking, like, as a child, how I would constantly say, I didn't ask to be born. I didn't want to be born. Like being so afraid of life in general. And so I went back to that space and connected with my young self as well as my mom. My mom was 16 when she had me, so she was terrified. And when you said something about like, did she have the frequency you needed? I knew in that moment that she didn't. And so I was just able to probably going to cry now. I've been crying for 3 days. I've been doing lots of shedding. But I was able to just hold my infant self and, tell her it'll be okay. You are always loved. Life is not as bad as you think it is. And then, like, I don't remember most of my childhood. It's very gappy. The most of it was pretty traumatic, which is probably why I don't remember it. But I kind of saw, like, as if I was watching a video of clips that I do remember going through my mind with pieces of things that I don't remember, like happy times that I must have existed, and just kind of watched my whole younger self heal. And yeah, it was just really amazing. I never, up until this last year, I was never able to say that I'm happy to be alive. And now I am. And now even more, like, my pain had a purpose. And when you realize that, that is a catalyst that a lot of people, I hope, continue to discover, like, in this lifetime. I feel like that's where we are for a lot of people. And that's kind of become my mission, is to help people realize you do have a light. Life is more than what you think it is. My biggest problem was I was drugged by the psychiatric industry for so long for mental health issues that I basically turned into like a robot. I had no emotions, I had no feelings, I didn't know how to have fun. And once I sat and looked at myself and was like, what does this mean? That's when everything kind of started to unravel. For me, it was like, oh, there is more to life. And I was also one of those people that was under the impression that you had to be religious to be spiritual. And religion to me has always been bullshit. And so I was like, absolutely not. That's not for me. So I guess none of it is. And then once that veil was lifted over the last year, that unlocked like a whole new world. So now I kind of have a very large mission of proving that to other people, because it breaks my heart when people are so strongly against God because of religion. And I'm like, I understand. Like, you don't have to believe in both. And my heart goes out to those people. I mean, of course, I can't convince everybody, and I'm not, going to try to convince the people that absolutely do not want to see. But I understand there's a lot of people just like me that just think it's not for them because they choose to not be religious. And that's like the biggest lie you've ever been told. Being denied, your spiritual essence has been like a sickness in our society for a long time. So I'm glad it's finally going away. And things like this are what is going to help people. So thank you for, doing things like this free of charge, gathering people together, taking them back to their core, because that is amazing work. And that's
No,
just what we need.
thank you for, first of all, sharing and being vulnerable with yourself first and foremost, because when you have that heart space, and I love how you have love written across your chest as well. It's like that is
it's love. What does it say?
And hate
Conquers hate. Love conquers
it's
hate.
literally the mirrored reflection of this reality. And self-love is really being able to sit with yourself. It is a verb and not a noun, so it does require that embodiment. You have to show up for yourself and show yourself that you love yourself. And what I was kind of seeing for you was, at the time of birth, there's a very specific geometry that's formed within the field, especially when it comes to the connection with the mother. But I'm seeing there's almost a weight of responsibility that you've had that could have felt like a burden your whole life. You remind me of someone who's almost born with a very strong like Saturn placement. Like you might have something, I don't know if you've checked your chart, if you have something across the ascendant, but you remind me of someone that was born like on their Saturn return, or they were born during a time in their life where they've taken on a lot of karmic impression from the bloodline, and that theme was shown to you very quickly. And it's because it's not your first time here. It's not your first rodeo that you've done this. So it's like I talk about it with tarot, as you go through like the different octaves. When we talk about like the high priestess or one of the major arcanas, she needs and has this reality she requires this reality to design for her more of an intricate dense contract for her to work with, in order for it to lead to soul growth for her, where there is rapid soul expansion that happens through the themes of contrast. And you were shown that through the womb right off the bat, and that was the cord between you and the mother. And I'm seeing
Is that
it
why
as
I
you
didn't want to come out?
yeah, and I'm seeing more gifts were being kind of put online for you, where you weren't supposed to come out on the day where she had gone into labor. It was almost like a delay, but it wasn't really a delay. You knew the you knew how this system was self-organized, and you were awaiting for the right alignments to take place, because at your time of birth, that's like a snapshot of the sky of what your energetic makeup will be, and that allowed you to almost excavate or acquire the gifts that would be necessary for you to be able to work with your bloodline and work with the themes that are happening for you, in a way that is far more conducive for you, and far more, what would even be the word, far more expansive. It's almost like there were things that were culminating down to the degree point, the different expression of how you would be. And there was so much required for you to remember yourself. You wanted to experience that level of contrast. So you had forgotten yourself. You had gone through that relationship with, the inverted truths from the pharmaceutical construct of this matrix. In order to be able to come back into this deep remembrance, you had experienced that disconnection. And it's like there's this return to wholeness that's happened within you, and it was all necessary to get you here, but there was almost like very, very dense contracts. It wasn't by coincidence, it was coinciding that you were born under those circumstances, because birth is already traumatic. It's the disconnection from the source in order to experience yourself in this dense plane. And you had the density on top of density, but there's so much that you're alleviating within your bloodline because of that. It's like what Joseph said during our last live. I think he said, like, God gives his hardest battles to the strongest soldiers. It's like you are really a very powerful soul that has collected and gathered the experience through lifetimes, and you had that innate wisdom within you. And now it's like you're kind of, I'm seeing it as dust, where it's kind of like dusting off the cobwebs, and you're restoring what was always there, and something, an ancient knowing, is returning to you within this this new age that you're stepping to within yourself. It's super powerful where you are.
That's exactly how I feel. I had a lot of struggles in life. I've probably had 5 awakenings before knowing that spirituality was ever a part of it.
Mm.
Which, knowing that I made it through it now, like I somehow knew inside of me, I need to change my life. I need to change this. And like I shedded personalities without really knowing that I was doing it. So it makes sense. Like once I learned you choose your life, you choose your battles, I was like, first I was pissed, and then I was like, that makes sense. I would want to learn the hard way. No, I don't like things that are easy. If it's easy, then it's not as cool, right? So
Yeah.
it makes total sense that I walked a hard path, and now my goal is to make sure everybody else doesn't need to have it as hard as I had it, because we are really set up, in this reality with a lot of things against us. Not only do we agree to forget, but we've got 5 million people from every angle telling us what we're hearing that might be true is false. And so now I'm like a truth teller. I've become the squeakiest wheel of them all because I'm just tired of the truth being hidden. It's time for that realm to end.
Yeah, that friction was necessary for evolution. It kind of reminds me of like the meme where it's like there's this contract before you incarnate, and it's like, okay, I'll take on this one, I'll take on this one, that one, that one. Just, what, just give them all to me. That's fine. And then like, are you sure? When you get in there, you might feel a
Right.
bit icky about it. And you're like,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that's exactly what it was.
I've come to
It's
myself
like, why did
again.
I have to learn it? Why did that lesson have to be that severe? Like, for example, I had a domestic violence incident. And it was so traumatic. Like, when I tell people the story, their jaws drop. And I'm like, you know what? I'm actually glad that it was traumatic, because if it wasn't traumatic, I would have probably stayed. He would have convinced me that he was a good guy. If it was just a shove or just a slap or just that, if it was just anything other than how bad it was, I would have stayed longer. But it was really like that was my wake up call. Like, it was a very bad attack, and I'm grateful for it. And it might sound kind of crazy to some people for me to say that after like what I went through, but it brought me into a version of myself that I wouldn't have been able to find as easily without it. So we all go through things for a reason, and it's really quite amazing that my whole entire life has come full circle. I've made sense of all of my betrayals and heartbreaks, and now I'm just waiting for the gifts to start to come online. Like I can feel it building up, and it's just like learning to trust myself is kind of where I'm at now. You know, like when you first start to come back online to your intuition, it's like, okay, well, is that really just my thought, or whose thought is that? So that's kind of where I'm at now. And like, it feels like a fun game of Clue, kind of like my higher self is leaving me clues to figure out where to go next. So it's quite amazing.
I love that you said that, because that's exactly how it is. It doesn't have to be, as Rich even said during like the meditation as well, it doesn't have to be something that we experience through the lens of suffering. Like we can choose for it to continue being that way. But it's like the way that you said your higher self is leaving you clues when it comes to this. And it's almost like you're unveiling this mystery. There is beauty in that journey itself, and you're able to relate to your past, but from the lens of seeing it from the soul and understanding, okay, what were you teaching yourself through the form of another? It's not that you were even kind of being, and it may sound deep to like the human perspective, but from a higher level, it may have seemed like this person was abandoning you again and again or abusing you, but it was ultimately your decision that had kept you and many other beings in self-created cycles of suffering, because you are the point of divergence. You ultimately see where you had also abandoned yourself from this deep knowing that was already within you, but was yet to be unveiled. So it was necessary for you at that stage of your evolution, and it was being mirrored. And those are like the karmic timelines that we find ourselves in to understand, okay, what's happening within the bloodline? What was my point of what was my vibration at the time of attracting in this individual to my life, and how did I recognize that being mirrored to me so that I could then begin to heal that part of self? And only then will you be ready to step forward, because you no longer need anything from the individual. And it's like when push comes to shove, we don't know how strong we are until we have no other option. It's not that, you know, say Ruth said something the last live and he said, how many of us change by choice? You know, and I laughed because it happens not through choice a lot of the times. It does happen through what feels like force. When we are pushed up, our back is up against a wall, then we really understand our true strength. So it's like that was necessary to bring you here. And then you look back at it from a lens of gratitude, because it shaped you into who it is that you are, and it's part of your story, and it's something that you should feel empowered by, instead of allowing the past to overpower you, or the direction that your future could take as well. So it's, yeah, you're back, so welcome home.
Right?
From
I feel that's exactly how I feel. It's like, huh, where have you been? I used to have a very bad RBF, and I can literally feel it melting away. I catch myself smiling in the mirror and I'm like, what the hell? That's weird. What are you? And I think to myself, why are you smiling? But it doesn't matter. Because I was always the person that people always thought something was wrong with me all the time. It didn't matter if I was having the best day ever. My face never looked, my baseline was always just discontent for years
yeah,
and years and years. And I'm just glad that I'm at a place now where it's like that's no longer my baseline. And so it's starting to show outwardly how I feel in the inner world.
exactly.
Which is
And
nice.
people sense it. All of us we're all energetic beings. So even that RBF, I understand that as well. But it also from your field, like it's whatever your state of being is, your thoughts and your emotions and your vibrational energy that you're emitting. And that's the geometric architecture that happens in your multidimensional field. Like people sense that from you, that you don't want to be approached. People sense that level of like, I don't know, disconnection with the self, or being in survival. That's essentially what it is. That's like the survival
Right.
geometric structure that you'll take on through the lens of separation. Oh, I want to be separate. But yeah, it's you can shift that instantaneously. So it's like you embracing your multidimensionality when it comes to that. But that's super interesting when you said that. That's what I saw.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
Well, no, thank you so much for coming on and sharing with us as well. That's super beautiful, and thank you for doing this work and being vulnerable with not just yourself but also this world and this space. So you're deeply appreciated.
Happy to be here.
And you've got this. You've got this.
Thank you.
See you. Okay, I'm gonna bring on. Okay, let me get Miguel on because he was here earlier. Hi, Miguel.
Hello.
Are you
Hi,
Miguel
how are you doing?
555? Are
How
you
are you
five?
doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so happy to be here. You don't imagine how full of joy I am to be here now.
I'm
because
glad to hear
I,
it.
you don't know how much I resonate with the love that is here now in this space that we have all created, especially in that place of um, meditation we had. I truly felt interconnectedness between all of us. So that was beautiful.
Is there anything specific that you were working through that you want to share?
Yes. I find it pretty interesting how a really common theme was we were all speaking about our child version. We were all coming back to that child version of ourselves. And I believe that is because in the child version of ourselves who perceive the world in such a magical way. Like I remember when I was a kid, I used to think everything was possible. I used to think and see the movies and see magic and be like, wow, that's so cool, that's amazing. And you would think that nothing was impossible. And I've also found that in the Word of God, you find God wants us to be like children, as the um, kingdom of God belongs to the children, our childlike state. We want this state of joy, play, bliss. And this state is what this universe I found God supports and wants us to be in. So whenever he finds a place or that there's this energy, because I feel like everything is organized in energy, like dimensional energy, and we find ourselves in this place. We're separated by space and time, right? But we are on an energetic frequency that we're all connected in that because we resonate with this spirituality, with this with these words, with the codes that most of us, I bet we've been on a journey. So I just think that I've all wow, that child version of myself is where I believe that I found the true key to see this world in a magical way and to see like it everything is possible and to become centered in my heart. 333 is
I love
here
that.
where I am.
It's beautiful. What you described is children literally exist in a state of quantum superposition where they literally exist in a state of infinite potential until they begin, it's a state of coherence that they have and their connection with source and them being an infinite being and creator in this existence. And the more that they begin to interact and engage with their environment, from like family themes to
Mhm.
outside opinions, then they come into this state of decoherence where they begin to become shaped and morphed by their environment. They take on belief systems and adopt belief systems that are not theirs, and those belief systems disrupt the flow of life force flowing through them and everything into everything that they create in this realm. And what's beautiful is that even if you fall into a state of decoherence, and everything that falls into a state of decoherence can return back to that state of coherence. And that's why Thoth in the Emerald Tablets, he says that we return back to our formless nature, which is quantum superposition, which is being extremely malleable, being infinite potential before returning back to the light, before returning back to source. And that means that we return back to remembering ourselves as creators in this realm full of infinite potential before we return back to source, before we exit this realm and enter into whatever dimension we'll go on to experience after our departure in this lifetime. And that's what the whole purpose of existence is to clear up those belief systems, those dense debris, to experience life with the illusions of limits in order to come back into us, the remembrance of what it is that we've always been. So yeah,
I
that's
truly, I truly believe that we are each because when I see another, I see them and I see through them, and I am able to perceive that we're all on a path of finding ourselves. We're all on a path of becoming here, present with our own selves and feeling the expansiveness, the truth of who we are, and remembering our true nature as infinite, limitless consciousness. And when we're able to allow that state of awareness, like you start to see the interconnectedness of it all, like you start to see how it literally responds to you, and you start to experience in higher states of awareness that I must say I have been personally through a lot of density. I have
Mm.
been through a lot of separation. So I know what it feels like to feel like I'm a victim and this world hates me and everyone perceives me and I have to prove something to the world. Like I know that. And I came a point where everything crumbled up in my reality and I had no other choice than to come back within myself.
Mm.
And I had to become like the hermit.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
a
like the hermit and
mm,
become the hermit to find myself and the way back to the light. And it has been a really it's a beautiful journey and I think it's about we all should I wanted to say something that and Angela said had her shirt that said love conquers hate. It said love conquers hate. I noticed that. And that's so true because if we reside in a vibration of love, like all of us get to rise love, appreciation, we can conquer all lower vibrations that inherently are what they are. If you're in bliss, love, you're protected by your own frequency. It's so crazy. I
yeah,
feel it.
that's exactly what it is, because automatically when you tune into a sense of fear, emotions are frequencies, they're self-organized, or your reality will self-organize itself around your fear, and you'll enter into timelines with that perception of experience, and that fear comes through the lens of separation, and that usually is a disconnection from the heart space as well. So it really, what you're talking about is coming back into that heart space, coming back into that coherence, because it's only when we enter into the heart that our intuitive higher faculties begin to open and emerge. We begin to live more authentic in our truth. We begin to see this life clearly in the true nature of this construct, which is everything being made from, the law of resonance and the law of vibration, and that the universe is mental. And then we open up the crown and we understand, okay, we are a light being, another being is also a light being, everything is light interacting with itself, essentially, in this unified field of creation. And we also understand the belief systems that we have also held previously, that another individual may be holding, that could obstruct the way that they see their light and obstruct their flow of creation as well. And then we have no other choice but to see them through the lens of compassion, because we also had to learn to cultivate that compassion for ourselves as well, which is beautifully said. But thank you for sharing, Miguel. You're deeply appreciated.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I have been watching your readings for I believe it's close to a year. So
Wow.
I've been really tuning in and obviously I just wanted to say like when I have work and you upload specifically when I'm at break. So
Oh,
it's literally I have the chance to get those downloads and activations and messages right when I need it. And that's so special. And I wanted to thank you for that.
oh,
So I wanted that so much love and like and to everyone that is here. And thank you for being here.
thank you
Ciao.
so much. Thank you. Your comments on the comment section are always make me smile, because they're very insightful as
Yeah.
well. You always have so much beautiful energy to invest into the space. So thank you as well.
I'm glad you noticed. So I will be around. Okay.
Okay. See you soon. Hope to see you again. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, I want to bring Sarah up here. She is a familiar face. Hello, how are you?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. How are you doing? How are you doing since we last spoke?
Well, I'm freezing. It's very cold here in Idaho. But other than that, I'm doing well. Um, Life is full of interesting patterns in my life. I feel like I've played so many roles and wear so many hats with no caps. And So for one, I really appreciated the meditation. I meditate all the time, and when I used to own my Reiki practice, I led meditations quite similar to this one. But it was much more powerful to do it as a group, and especially after this last cycle of becoming more of a hermit and returning back into self, preparing for this next thing that is coming. um, I had some deeper healing take place in the womb of my mom. And I've been here before, so at first I was like, I was very open to it, but I wasn't seeing anything. I just automatically felt one with the energies, which I do. And, but I think because, you know, I've evolved and changed and grown as we all do progressively, right? Whether we feel it or not, I felt like going back this time, I was not better, I don't like that word. Um, I was, well, I'm hearing stronger, so I guess I'll go with that. I was stronger to meet the babe in the womb who came 2 weeks early. I was supposed to be a Valentine's baby, and I came out on the 29th. And almost everybody on my family was born on the 29th of a month. And they're all passed now, and one is um, still here. But anyway, it was just simple, precious moment of touching that child that was a sponge and soaked up my mom, who I was the second child, and she had some um, uh, okay, here's something that's coming up. So there's a lot of what people have told me about my mom, and then there's this inner knowing that I've always known about my mom. So when I start to stutter and pause, there's these two voices that want to come in and try to speak. And so um, I had a massive throat closing during this, especially when I chose to come on backstage. So I know part of this is just being okay with not knowing what I'm going to say.
Mm.
Because being an Aquarius, in my head a lot, I want to know what I'm going to say, but that has not been the last 6 years of my life. And I'm open to that because surrendering is what I want. Because if it's not for the good of the whole and the freedom of all sentient beings, then, what am I really doing here? Right. And so I don't want it to come from ego or what I think I know or what I used to know, because God is moving here, and or source, universe, whatever, creator. We could probably all agree on creator, right? We're co-creating in this very moment. And so it's important to take those pauses and moments to allow all of it to come into play, is what I'm hearing. And that's a reminder for me, because I love to play and have fun and keep it light, especially about serious topics. So that I'll take a breath. So there was a knowing when I touched the inner child. Um, Instead of going in there with an assumption and an expectation of what I've always been told about my mom, I touched that babe in there that couldn't wait to get out, was dying to get out. In fact, my mom almost had me in the car. There was no, like, I took 3 days to have my kid. She took 20 minutes. And she would have just stayed home if it wasn't for my dad. Or that's what he said. So when I touched that inner child, it was very real. I felt emerging with the child um, in a different way. And what's interesting is I didn't know I had that until right now. So maybe there's a coming to understand something here in this moment, and I don't need to think about it. I'm just going to let it unfold in front of all of you. So that's fun. So much fun. Um, I am warming up though, and not feeling so cold now, and I take that as a really good sign. So, uh, and I just heard massive liberation, for whatever that means. And now I'm gonna fast forward to the end. I'm just gonna go with the flow here. I love horses, and they have spoken to me in visions and in my dreams, and that's all I wanted when I was a little girl was horses. And all my daydreaming gotten me in a lot of trouble because I was, called a liar a ton and shamed for my visionary gifts and manifestations. And I think I scared my whole family because I could manifest things very quickly and I could see things that they couldn't. And that's, I thought where all my anxiety and judgment came from, but it came from the womb. And it was a lot of my mother's and her mother's, and probably so on and so forth. I mean, I know I'm here breaking so many things off. I don't even want to label it because I change every day on what the wording is. But nonetheless, it's all healing and it's bringing us into this now moment. And I don't need to understand it, and I'm okay with that because that just stops the flow for me. I'm a very flowy person. I have to flow or I get filled with that anxiety, that judgment. Richie mentioned I really connected to all of them, especially Richie with the anxiety and the judgment and um, the depression. And for me, it was always physical pain. I always said if I didn't have the physical pain, I wouldn't have the anxiety, I wouldn't have the judgment, I wouldn't have all these things. And I still kind of feel that way. Um, but I completely merged with the fire horse at the end immediately. It was just like oh yeah, I've been waiting for this exact moment. And um, the fire was just alive and breathing, and that's how I see a lot of things when I'm allowing the frequency of heaven to come through and not be afraid to shine and connect with that frequency. But throughout life, I've learned that when I do, there was this immediate thing that would happen. I'm not safe because that's when something,
Mhm.
you know, traumatic would happen. Um, and it still is, like literally. Um, but I've come to realize that I'm not what everyone said. Like, if you have pain, you're still dealing with karma. If you have tragedy happening in your life, then something's wrong with you. And if you have this, and I honestly feel like I came here to experience, can I still love myself and others, whether I'm in a lot of pain, whether things have been taken away from me, or I have a lot of things and people are suddenly jealous. And so I've lived so many different wearing hats and patterns and owning my business and working for someone else and, being up here. And then all of a sudden, years later, I'm scrubbing toilets. I'm just being okay with like wherever God sends me and leads me. Um, I'm not sure why we went there,
Can I
but I
share
know
something
it's really,
with you when you
yeah, go
were
ahead.
speaking earlier about being born 2 weeks early, but also the degree of Aquarius that you are? Because in this matrix, we're experiencing the themes of duality, right? And if you don't know this is something great to know just collectively for everyone as well, that when you're born under a certain sun sign, it tells you the themes that you're working through when it comes to or the organizing principle of the identity within the bloodline context, and it reveals what the lineage is trying to learn through you. So for example, you were born under an Aquarius sun. Well, the Aquarius sun, who is Aquarius? Aquarius is the one that wants to work behind the camera. They're the ones that wants to work behind the scenes. And when we talk about this matrix, you have to balance both dual forces in order to come back into that middle point, that union. What is Leo? Leo is the sun of the solar system. Aquarius is Saturn energy. Saturn is restrictions, limitations, boundaries, almost like, restricting yourself in many ways. It's more about the collective and less about your own individual needs. One is in the head and the other one asks you to come into the heart space. So it's this lifetime you're coming into coherence in a way that hasn't been done in your bloodline before. Leo is all about creative self-expression, right? And Aquarius is more about a group belonging. Oh, I don't want to express myself too much in case I'm rejected from the group, or I'm abandoned by the group in some ways in the lower expression. So it's more about knowing that it's more of like a generational tension essentially that's happening, where you're being called to balance being okay with being seen without losing the group, and allowing the external to kind of reconfigure itself around this internal state of coherence that you have, and just allowing reality to reorganize around that internal knowing. So this lifetime, we're here to kind of transcend the Aquarius archetype by leaning more into things of a Leo nature, which is a bit more visibility. Maybe it's about having creative power and maybe stepping into those leadership roles, right? So, and knowing that you have the right to exist and you have value in existence alone, and you don't have to, prove it. So this could be like bloodline themes that kind of center around an outside identity when we talk about the fall of Aquarius, or having to over intellectualize your emotional state, or having this alienation where you're in a group but you feel like you don't really belong. And Leo asks you to kind of just shine and allow the group to find you. And because of that, there's that level of allowing yourself to kind of move through this world detached, because that's what Aquarius is, but not losing yourself and your own internal light as you move through density. And that's what the dual forces will be. So the sun sign tells you a lot just about the themes in which you're transcending within this lifetime alone. And that's the kind of themes that you're working through when it comes to like any creative suppression. And the fact that today is the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius, which is going to be your sun sign, like that's huge, because literally it's your purpose, it's your career, it's your identity, it's your soul's core essence, and a new beginning and seed that's being planted in what will become the nodal axis point within the summer. So it's almost like this is validation that you're not too much, because that's what the system will try to tell you. And yeah, it's a super interesting fine line that we're learning to balance when it comes to the themes of duality, and being able to take a little bit aspects of both. It's not that you're completely abandoning the Aquarius archetype, but you're exalting it through the sun aspect and being at home with your internal sun, being at home with your soul essentially, and how it chooses to express itself through form with that level of freedom. Because that's a beautiful thing about Aquarius, it is a sign of freedom, and sometimes that requires rebellion. So it's like you're taking aspects of both in this lifetime. That's what I would say with it, and that's helpful for everyone to know as well when it comes to that. Like you can be joyful despite the circumstances without that looming sense of guilt, right? Around, okay, how are other people going to feel or think about that? So there's this healthy pride that's cultivated, and knowing that you're joining, it doesn't take away from others. Yeah.
Right. Wow. And that kind of brings up the dynamic of the upgrowing in the family, and it's interesting. My dad is a Leo, and we have reflected what you just spoke of throughout our life and the different things. And I've had deep compassion for everyone in my family, and I've found in the different stages of my growth that, intellectually, I always understood, oh, my mom was sick, she couldn't help it. Like immediately when I was born, I didn't get the breastfeeding and the holding, and passed on from neighbors so my dad could work, and, hiding in cupboards when she was better and back in the home, and being just terrified and scared, and, you know, all kinds of things. And there's things that and then having my brother was a big one. Learning that I needed to dim my light because, it was about him and we didn't know when he would die, and living in hospitals and all, just everything. And as a little girl, soaking this all in. But I look back and I realize what a natural alchemist I was through it all. And just I was very silly and wanted to keep laughter, and it was part of my own coping mechanism, but it's still something I like to utilize to this day. But um I feel like God wants to say something else. A lot can be said in the presence. I really loved doing giving massage and Reiki and hands-on and bringing the presence into my practice. It was one of my favorite things. And some would be open their eyes and be like, are you going to walk me through this? Are you going to talk? And I think that's where I'm at now, is learning how to communicate in the hard places, because it's very easy when I feel accepted and when somebody wants to hear what I have to say. But I have a fire in me where I'm to be speaking things, where I might enter rooms where no one's gonna, at the moment, want to hear what's being said, and I need to be okay with that. It's undeniably pushing through me to where I'm not gonna have a choice, because that's just why I'm here. And immediately I can feel Sophia just rising up, and if we want to put a name on it. And yeah, it's going to be interesting moving through this next place, but I'm listening. My car shut down, the alarm. I lost all my accounts, Apple, password, phone. Like, this week's been a very interesting week. And thank you. Thank you, God. So, the big one for me is being overwhelmed, because I break through these frequency fences and I'm like, okay, I'm ready and back up. I got knocked down 1,000 billion times. I'm hurting. I had to crawl. I had to limp, um, stand on my head, roll in, whatever it took, be in humility, show all my bumps and bruises and swelling. And then there's times where I just feel so shining and beautiful and like, just radiating. And then, but those are the easy times to love and to show up, right? So there is a deep respect I even have for myself now for showing up in all the different places that God has sent me. Um, and showing up the way I was supposed to, and then looking back and seeing all the lives and all the different things that were changed and all these wheels that I was put in. And I'm seeing all these wheels come together, and it it's interesting to see the clicking of them coming together and working in a bigger, way bigger, um I heard machine and entity at the same time. But um I was gonna say some things. So that's why I like to take a moment and breathe, because I know it was important, or there's just a shift. I'm very sensitive in the collective. Like, sometimes there's just a shift. Um, I even noticed this in the last few wheels I was in, before I put myself in hermit mode, so a couple of years ago. But as people would enter the room and come into what we were doing, what I was going to say had to stop, because now there was a new heart involved. And I can feel that. I can feel the frequencies. I can see them. As a young child, I could see the geometric shapes, and I could see the colors and all of it. And I didn't. Oh, okay. So this is something that's being healed on a deeper level in me right now. And I feel I hopefully can help someone here. But I never wanted to be crazy like my mom, right? She was labeled schizophrenia, paranoia, schizophrenia. And I know she had massive gifts that were misunderstood. And she, on a deep level, knew too, because she when she took herself off the medication, anyway, she didn't know what to do with it all. But it's very hard when when we don't know how to accept somebody and hold that space for them, and maybe say we don't know everything about this person and what's going on. And I just can't wait to be that person to help. Like, there's so much we need to learn about mental illness. That's all I gotta say. And how we can help them heal and utilize what they're here to bring. And same with physical disabilities. Many say my brother I never agreed with any of the labels they put on him. He's suffering, he's miserable, he's all these things. And that's not how I saw my brother, even though he couldn't walk. And we had to slowly watch him deteriorate, losing organs. And, I saw him as the most bravest, brilliant body holding this massive amount of light. And people just didn't see it. Like, he could be awake during every surgery because he weighed so little, you couldn't put him out, and he was so strong. And so it really bothered me when people would put all these labels and then tell me I couldn't live my dreams and dim my light because of his suffering. And so I don't know, for some reason that I was to bring that up. And now I have this overwhelming feeling I'm talking too much, I'm taking up too space, I need to be quiet. Do I even know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to let that go and trust, the situation, and let you talk.
Oh, yeah, I find it interesting that you, even with schizophrenia, like that's something I'll talk more about, but it's fragmentation. Even when we talk about things like split personalities or anything to do with those distortions, it usually comes from the lower chakra system being imbalanced. So there's a complete turn away from there's no groundedness in the body, essentially, and it's like the higher self checks out, where you're not in the body when you're having these essentially, like, you're tuning into the more subtle realms, but there's no energetic hygiene when you are navigating it. So that's the way that I see it when we talk about the voices. It's so many different thought forms through the field. So there's a lot of clearing that's happening when it comes to even like the masculine embodiment side and the feminine softening with you, to be able to restore that healing from the mothers. Or it's like there's a sense of groundedness and standing in your power as well, where the mother was not really able to. And also what you said about the fact that there's a vision that you have of your mother, and also a perception that you had before the outside opinions began to influence or distort the way that you saw her. And even when we go into hypnotherapy and we put ourselves in the shoes of another, we actually can retrieve the memories from our lineage. Like, we can retrieve the memories from the mother and what she was experiencing, from the mother's mother, from all the ancestors, from the father's side. We can understand what it is that they were feeling in that moment, and what the themes are that we're working through as well. So it's a beautiful, like, coming home to the interconnectedness. But that's what it is, like, on a higher level energetically. There's so much obstructed within the field, and there's no energetic boundaries or hygiene, that you're not grounded when you're tuning into, because they're incredibly gifted. That's what happens. There's just no anchor, essentially. So you're just up, and everything's fragmented and it's yet to be integrated. So that's the work that you're doing. So it is actually a really, really important topic. But
And it was frightening to watch her, and all the different faces that she had, and not understand it. And then to go home and, I had my grandma anointing me with oil, speaking tongues over me, and then my grandma was scaring me, and I'm just like, I just want to play. Yeah, so it was a lot of trauma that I've had to really work through for them and for me, and different phases of it.
yeah, it's thank you for coming on, Sarah.
Yeah,
It's
and thank you for everything that you're doing, and everyone that's showing up and speaking. And I just really appreciate you. You've showed up at the perfect timing, of course, and you're just beautiful. And I just love the work that you do.
No, thank you so much. You're always deeply valued. You always have so many beautiful insights in the community, and yeah, it's always a pleasure to see. And I know that there's always something that you're channeling that people are going to, they'll need to hear most at that moment, and it will resonate where it resonates and lands where it needs to. So know that there's always a purpose for your communication. So never doubt that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And my throat's opening up already. I think that's a big one, is letting go of the judgments and the anxiety that no one will want to hear anymore what I've had to say, and knowing that, because I've said so much it felt like the wrong places, and it got turned around on me, and just that's where the overwhelming energy was coming from, is feeling the attacks afterwards when I'm willing to go to those places and stuff. So
I think
anyway,
it's
thank you.
yeah. No,
What's up?
thank you. No, I was just gonna say it's just grounding. It's just remembering yourself.
Mhm.
Why are you here? Why are you here? And remember why you're here and what your message is, and allow that to flow, because you
You
are
know
someone.
what popped up?
Yeah.
I know I need to get off here, but it's like, um it's like all these experiences I can see at once just flooding in, where I was at peace and I felt so grounded and so well, and then all of a sudden someone broke in my house and you're standing at the foot of my bed, my ex. Like those kind of experiences where I do feel really grounded and I do feel at peace. And then there's these crazy people I attract, which is why I took this year off and went within, and hopefully the work I've done has cleared that up. But I attract both. I attract those that want to continue to heal and take responsibility for their inner work, but then I also attract um, people
That
that want to
that is the
make me
paradox.
feel unsafe.
No, yeah, but that is the paradox, though, that that the more we cultivate the 0 point, the more contrast we will observe within our environment, and that's not going to go away, because we're existing in a third dimension that's here, and we're experiencing the rules of duality. So what you just said there was key, where he wants to make you feel unsafe. Well, what are you teaching yourself through the form of another you? If we apply the unified lens of a ficus, well, he's teaching you indirectly, and he's not even aware of it, how to bring safety back into your body, even amongst times of chaos. That's
Yeah, because
really
it was interesting. I had great peace. I know how to have peace in the moment, but I have noticed that after it happens, I'm much slower to, then all of a sudden I feel like
that's like
I'm becoming
it's an
paranoid.
exercise with source. You can think about it like that, as an exercise where, okay, you know how to ground peace in your body. That's great. Sarah knows how to ground peace in her body. Okay, now let's bring in the first test. Let's bring in, not even, you don't even think about it as a test, more of an invitation. Can you ground yourself and feel safe within your body, even amongst the chaos, even amongst things externally in which you cannot control, but you can control your response? In what would originally be a survival, response or reaction, how do you choose to respond and anchor this and see it very, very differently? And it can you catch yourself in those moments again and again and again, and come back to yourself? There's like a saying, I can't remember what it is, but it's more about, can you sustain the 0 point even amongst the chaos? Can you see the cosmos within it? Can you understand the secret order, even if things feel disorderly in that moment? And when you reflect back on it, okay, he was actually teaching me how to ground safety in my body. You can even go back to that event in hypnotherapy and give yourself what it is that you needed most, and then bring that back to the present day. And both octaves will coexist, but understand what Sarah needs, and also being able to facilitate that to herself. So it's
No,
very, yeah.
I just want to share, I just had a healing just take place right now simultaneously in all these places. I've done a lot of healing where, I was raped and just some traumatic, and I would share it all, but we're not going to do that. But I just was taken when I was like 2.5, I'm hearing, and I did leave my body because I didn't know how to be grounded then, and so it's coming back into that base chakra. And it just happened just right now, sitting here with you, of a remembrance that I've been trying to remember my whole life, and praying for it and asking. And it was divine timing for it to be taking place right here and right now. And it just happened. Like, I feel the shift in my chakra and in my body and in my feelings, and my heart just changed. And I just want to also thank you for the saying that the front was the masculine and the back was the feminine, because I've always been, the right is masculine and left is feminine, but it never felt right. And so now I'm just getting all this massive healing in some of the spots that I've been working on for 30 years. So thank you.
No, even what you just said there as well, I'll just close out with saying there was something that you said about, so when we have those encounters, when it comes to that level of violence or anything, we'll notice when we're moving through a level of density, there will naturally be a dissociation that happens in those circumstances. That's the first thing that you'll do when you're going through something traumatic. You will dissociate. So instead of being disconnected from yourself, what you actually need more than ever is to reconnect with yourself in that moment. And I'll give you a quick example. Like, I was working through this, I shared this with Mo last year, where sometimes I receive very interesting emails, right? And I'm not judging the people that are sending them. I'm understanding the perception of, the person that may be, formulating the emails and the message. However, the first thing that I noticed when I go into hypnotherapy, because I do this every day, was a level of disgust. I felt a level of disgust. And then behind that, I felt a level of insecurity, a level of disconnection. Then I rooted it to fear or love, and it was fear. A whole database of memories opens up. What memory do I go into? I go into the moment that I saw my mother and father making love, right? So in that moment, what did I feel? I felt, if you think about walking in your parents, I felt disgust in that moment. I also felt very insecure, and I disconnected from myself because I didn't want to be there. That was something I didn't want to experience. So I see how, okay, that fractal is re-expressing itself when I'm reading this email. And then I'm noticing, okay, so I'm disconnected from myself right now. What did I need to give that version of myself when it comes to that scenario of the parents? Well, I needed to be more in my body, actually. I needed to be more grounded in my body and not leave myself and abandon myself. And the same thing, I applied that when I was reading the email. Then I was like, okay, let me actually be more connected. Let me have strong energetic hygiene, know what's mine, be able to identify what a projection may be. And I understand that, and that is where empowerment really lies, because you see it through the lens of truth and not through the lens of distortion or the lens of the wound itself. Instead of disconnecting from yourself, actually, and feeling overpowered by it and feeling like you're bracing for that moment, no, embrace it, feel empowered, and be more connected to yourself now more than ever before, because that's exactly what you need in that moment. So it's very, very interesting. When we speak about that, because that's where you become your own source of connection. That's where you heal, because you integrate something that you felt like was lacking within yourself. So it's a very interesting theme, and it requires for you to be vulnerable with yourself as well, which a lot of us don't want to do. It requires us to sit with those sensations and those heavy emotions that we don't want to do because it doesn't feel great. But as I said, with embodiment, you'll feel way better heading out of the meditation than you do heading in. When you see that and understand, okay, I was giving myself the opportunity through a form of another me to actually reconnect with myself. And there's a lot of indirect lessons where, it's a lot of indirect lessons that happen.
Wow.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you. So I'll be going now.
Okay, we'll be back with Mo on Sunday, so I hope to see you there anyway. We'll have a bit longer because I'll close out today soon. But thank you, Sarah. You're deeply appreciated.
Thank you so much.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to, because we'll close out soon, but I'm going to bring out the two last people on stage because I want to speak to Lotus Mindset as well. But I'm going to bring out Jared because he's been backstage for a minute. Hi, Jared. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just, when I heard Angela, I just said, I've been through something similar, so that's why I have some issues with my solar plexus. More on the 3D side. I'm still working on the other stuff, but today, for me, in the meditation, it felt like I was closing off the chakra centers where I was leaking or allowing certain things going on in the world. allowing it to just kind of get to me in a way. And so that's just something I had to notice. And
Yeah.
I really appreciated that meditation. I was actually going to ask you if you could do a video with just that meditation and leave it there for us, or post it occasionally when we have these sort of intense, energies that sort of intersect with our world. That would be awesome. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you for sharing your insight, first of all, with the leakages, and also, like, that's definitely something I plan on doing, by the way. I'm definitely,
Okay.
this is just me drip feeding right now, seeing how everyone is responding, how everyone is processing this, and I definitely plan on doing a bunch of meditations. There's a lot of shifts that will be happening with the channel, but we'll definitely be doing that. Is there any chakra sphere that you felt was leaking more than the others, or something that you noticed was more of like a theme for you?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm basically coming to terms with a lot of these gifts that I have, abilities, I guess you could say. When there was a certain incident in Japan years back, I had like a week-long anxiety attack before any of it happened, like an earthquake, the whole Fukushima thing. And I had this week-long anxiety attack, and I had no reason as to why it was happening. So what's been happening lately is this release of a lot of really dark information that's, been going out. I've been picking up on a lot of what people are feeling, and it's really just been taking a toll on my lower chakras. And I didn't really understand what was going on until I kind of was like, okay, that makes sense. And then on a personal level, we have the year of the snake. The tail and the lower part is the last part that kind of sheds the skin. So I was thinking, maybe these are those last things that I really need to work on a personal level, that I, once they're taken care of, I can move forward in a better way in this new year. So that's just what it felt like for me.
Yeah, and what's interesting, I don't remember who commented it, but someone commented it the other day, and they said it's like the shedding of the snake, and the last essence of the tail is like the lower. Did you comment that? Was
Yeah.
the like lower chakras? Yeah. That was such a good comment. I remember I responded to that, and I was like, that's chef's kiss, because that's exactly what it feels like is happening.
I need
Yeah.
to go check my comments when I leave them, because I just do it to help with the algorithm. Because as I've been watching more of your videos, I've just been more blown away. I'm just like, okay, these synchronicities are getting out of hand for me in some ways, at least on a personal level. So I just look at it as a nod from the universe. There you go, kid.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, that was such a good comment, because it very much is about grounding. My cat is trying to come in right now. He's like, that's his definition of like knocking. He'll just scratch at the door. But yeah, was there anything specific in regards to like any sensations that showed up? Was it more of like the lower centers for you, or any specific emotion? Do you feel like it was fear? I'm listening. I'm just gonna grab him because he just.
No, that's fine. For me, it was a lot of release, but release in the sense that it was just sort of like the final part of release, like you said, the snake shedding its tail. Um, and that sort of just last part of that end of the tail kind of coming off, and then just kind of like that, but you're still a little sensitive, and it still needs to, you still need to get your scales back, I guess you could say, in order to, go back and continue on your way. But of course, we're transitioning out of that, and we're gonna jump on the horse and hopefully hit the ground running. But
No.
that's just what it felt like for me. Just release, just that kind of last bit of release. And from what everybody else was saying, it seemed like it was really heavy. I've done a lot of that work before previously, just in a little bit different form. So I just like this version of it. It kind of goes through every little bit, so you can, grab what you need as you go down your chakra line.
Yeah, that's what I felt was so important to do, and you'll see the themes continue in your life as well when that happens, where we think that we're done with something, and I felt that today as well, shifting from like the snake into the horse year, where I could feel myself shifting between the octaves, and the snake is still there, but it's archetype that you're mastering in regards to the shedding process that's needed, and allowing yourself to go through that refinement period again and again and again. where we're continuously refining our relationship to our past and to our current conditions on Earth as well, where we can shift our perspective again and again and again on the same. It's like, again, embracing our multidimensionality. That's really what it is, because right now we're at the pivotal axis where we're just being introduced to this archetype and what it looks like, and this version of ourselves and the healed version of ourselves, and looking back at our past from that healed perspective and lens as well. So it's almost like this liminal space to be, where it's very beautiful, but also something that we're kind of exercising.
Yeah, I visit plenty of liminal spaces in my dreams, so I know all about that. But yeah, it is one of those things where it can be tough, but when you come back around, and like you say, it's like a spiral. When you come back around and you have that different perspective, and you spend a year working on these things, it gives you a whole new view of it. You know, you can even go back and look at a journal and go, okay, wow, look at how far I've come.
Exactly. That's the beauty of, that's what like baptism is, and Christ consciousness is where we're looking back at that version of self and we recognize them, and we see that we've literally rose to another almost coordinate within the cyclical spiral that is time itself. We're seated at a higher level of resolution and understanding, and we understand things that that version of self was yet to discover. And that's why I say the success is in who it is that we've become, because it's in who it is that we've become that allows us to see things as that alternate version of self. It's like we're always shifting into these different alternate versions. But yeah, that's beautifully said.
One quick thing that I've begun to do, and I just want to share this with everyone. If you can't ground, you can't like actually, take your shoes off and ground. One thing that I picture is a ring of light coming from my crown and just going through all my chakras, just knocking anything down, going all the way down to the feet, and then just leave it on the ground. And so just for anyone that's on the go, maybe you're at work doing something, out running errands and you need to ground, just imagine that. It's helped me immensely. So is that something you would recommend as well?
I would say that exactly, but do it all the way down to the center of the earth.
Okay.
Like all the way to the earth, and that automatically it gives you the same energy where it puts you in alpha state when it comes to your brain waves. It's the same as grounding in nature, especially because we are in a modern age where some people are living in the city and they don't have access to nature as much as they probably like to. So that's something where you can ground at any moment. You don't need to go out and say, oh, I need to go out into the plant my soles of my feet on the ground in order to ground, but I can actually do it at any given moment in time. Of course, that reconnection with nature is beautiful as well, but you can do at any point, which is, I'm really glad that you mentioned that as well, because it's like a tool that's needed. It's like a valuable tool as you navigate your day-to-day life, and it's something practical that anyone can implement at any given moment in time.
Absolutely. So I know this has been a little while, so I just want to get going and let the last person speak. And I'll be sure to be watching the videos, and I'll try to catch the live with Mo, but my sleep schedule has just been completely out of whack. I've had, neighbors to deal with. It's been a whole thing, but I'm trying to get it back on so I can catch the...
Yeah. Yeah. It's all right. Don't worry. Thank you so much for being here and for showing face. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, as well. And good to meet your kitty.
Yes. Okay, see you. Bye, Jared.
Bye.
Let me get Lotus on here. Lotus Mindset. Hi. I saw you last time, and I didn't have it. It just wasn't gonna work to put it on there last time. So I'm so glad you showed up again. How are you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, good. I have you on my headset, so sometimes it's muffled. But yeah, no, I kind of felt like it probably wasn't going to happen, but for whatever reason, I felt called to jump on today, which was not my plan. So yeah, I'm surprised that you actually were able to get to me today as well. I figured it would be plenty of people in line, so yeah.
No, I'm glad that you did, because I was just going to say, so I didn't even plan to go and invite anyone on the live today. I thought I was just going to close out after the meditation, but I was guided to. So for one reason or another, you're here. I love your necklace as well with the moon cycles. It's very high priestess. She has that on her crown.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was something that I was called to. I'm very in tune with the moon cycles for whatever reason. I mean, I was born on a Monday, so that makes a lot of sense, right? If you look at it like that. But the fact that today is the new moon, um, and I'm feeling a lot. I've been like releasing since last night, just letting go of a lot of things. And this meditation, it was very helpful. Thank you. When you dealt with so much and you've always had to be the strong one, right? It's nice to know that there are other people that understand what you're going through. There were a lot of people in the chat that were kind of resonating on the same level. And I'm like, okay, so it's not just me. Like, it's just been an emotional filled couple days. And, hearing everybody's story, which I'm grateful that they were able to share, because it let me see that, sometimes when we feel that we are alone, we're not actually alone, because in one form or another, there's someone who can resonate with part of our story. I resonated a lot with Angela and with Sarah as well, and Lee. And so knowing that as someone who has never directly spoken to these people, knowing that, of course, as a collective, we are all connected, it's just very consoling, right? To know that other people actually get it, and it's not just I see you, but it's I feel you, and so that's different. So this meditation, it gave me a lot to think about. My leakages were mostly in the feminine side, which I know has a lot to do with mother wounds. My mother tried to abort me, and I was determined to get here for whatever reason, and actually decided to come early. So I was born early. I was premature. My birthday is like the date is 8188, and so that has always been a thing for me. And it was resonating with me when you were talking about being a Leo, and I was like, okay, so yeah, I'm a Leo, and knowing that Leos are like considered to be in the forefront, and I've always wanted to be in the background, and it's like one of those things where you're reluctant, but you keep getting called out. Even when you try to hide, you can't. It just doesn't. It never works, right? And so I was very blown away with all the things that I felt, knowing that despite what my mother tried to do, that I was meant to be here, and that everything that I've gone through is meant for me to be able to turn around and help not the person behind me, but the person that's 10 steps behind me. Because the person behind me is going to get it like that, whereas the person that's 10 steps behind me might need more support, right? Um, and knowing that it wasn't all for nothing, that gives me something to fight for, because sometimes you be like, why? What is this? Like, what's the point? But in all actuality, like, you never know who you're going to help or who you're going to touch. And so, from my experiences, being that now I'm a Reiki practitioner, and I'm a coach, I work with women who have tough backgrounds, put it like that. It's like, okay, so I went through all of that for a reason, and I'm grateful to be able to have the lived experience to turn around and help other people.
Oh, it sounds like you're, first of all, balancing out that polarity so well, because Sun and Leo, Leo is at home in this sign, and so it's very comfortable with itself and its own light. But with the Aquarius access, Aquarius is wanting to be of service. You know, it's like 11th house, wanting to be of service to humanity in collective groups, communities, networks, or spaces. So it sounds like you're balancing that out so beautifully, where you're bringing that sun, that energy or soul to these collective groups, communities, organizations, where 11th house is also healing. Like, healing takes place. If you think about the sun, it's a regenerating life force. So it's like you're literally bringing that to these spaces, and you're bringing your warmth there, and that's what's healing. And the sun, I always say, it has an exothermic reaction, so it transfers light, heat, and joy to its surroundings simply by just being connected with its own soul's core essence.
Yeah, yeah. I try to study as much as possible, and you know, at the end of the day, I just know that I have always been that person who likes to help people. I don't know if it was maybe a trauma response from always having to be the adult in the house, even when, you know, there was an adult in the house, the adult was the child. And so I've always had to be the caretaker, which taught me early in life that sometimes people need more help than you do. Right. And so using that in what I do now with coaching, it's like, okay, well, this person is going through this, and I've been through a version of this, and being able to use my experiences to help other people and to bring light to their undeniable darkness, that is amazing. Which is why my brand is Lotus Mindset, because the lotus was born in the darkness, right? But look how radiant and beautiful it is. And so when you can alchemize what you've been through and turn it into something that's just beautiful, right? It is truly a gift. And so I'm grateful that I have the gift to be able to give. And knowing that no matter, even when I am going through the darkness myself, that I am able to help other people out of it. It's great. I'm grateful to be able to be that bridge, that lighthouse for others.
No, that what you just said, even with Lotus Mindset and everything, it's such a beautiful name. And I noticed that when I first saw you comment, I was like, Lotus Mindset is such a beautiful name. And then the 888 as well is just cherry on top. But it's literally like it's true, lotuses bloom in the most unexpected places. So they're revered as that symbol of strength and rebirth, and they represent like purity. And they emerge from, you know, dirt, but they do it where they're unblemished. So it's like your strength comes from the most unexpected places. There's also something else I was going to say with that Aquarius aspect. It's just the vision I just keep getting when you explain it is Leo is like the one in what appears to be a race or this trail that everyone's walking, but then again you're like looking back and making sure that the community is okay. And that's what it was. It's that we are heading into, on the 26th of July 2026, the South Node will be in Leo and the North Node will be in Aquarius, which is literally going to be a pivotal point for the collective, because we're entering into a realm where networks, communities, social organizations, spiritual groups, really being able to connect with, you know, other humans, where you said, I don't just see you, but, you know, I feel you. And we are all in this space where we are vulnerable, and it's in our vulnerability that we discover our own strengths as well. And sometimes we see that mirrored or reflected in the light of another individual that's also gone through it. That's also what I was going to say. When you were speaking, I kept thinking about, I wonder what her Chiron placement is, because, you know, Chiron is like the wounded healer, but he also represents the rejection from the mother, because it's an abandonment wound from the mother, because Chiron was left in the forest to fend for himself, and he was basically like abandoned at birth. And there's other stories where he was shot by a poisonous arrow, and it was something that gave him this healing ability. And it's ironic because where it is that he's wounded and the things that he's gone through are the very things that people come towards him for that healing. And there's no one else more equipped to facilitate another individual than someone that has experienced it, right? Not someone that's just read about it and understands, you know, what it's like to go through these things, but the actual character that other people are reading about is and their lived experience through those circumstances. I said it in the other live, I think I was saying it to Joseph, where if you're going out to sea and you're going to go and, you know, sail, well, you want to get advice from someone who's been through the hardest storms and the most tumultuous journey than someone who's just read about what to do in like a textbook. So it's true alchemy what you're doing, where you're discovering your strength, and you haven't just discovered it, but you're living it, and you're a living, breathing example of what it is to live in your purpose and reorganize your life around your mission and why you're here. And those early life indicators or circumstances were indicators for your why. So it's super beautiful.
Thank you. It took me a while to get there. Like this work, you know, everyone talks about love and light like it's all good, and I'm just like, wait, but what about the shadow? Because that, like, if you think love and light is all good, you haven't been through it yet, because you have to face your shadow and all those aspects that you are desperately trying to forget, right? Because that's where the lessons come from. You know, I speak about duality on my channel as well, because if you don't know how bad it can get, how can you ever really appreciate how good it can get? Right? We have to go through both sides, and we can't sit around and think that, you know, somebody's gonna come and save us, because they're not. Like, we have to save ourselves, and knowing that I can be in a position to guide others. Like, I don't want to be the teacher. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to teach you and talk to you about anything. I'm here to push you through it when you can't push yourself, because I've had to be that person for me. And knowing that, I wish that I had someone like myself to push me through in those times when I wanted to give up, is what keeps me going. And so, yeah, that I have made that my mission and my purpose, is to help people just untangle what they are experiencing and make a plan to move forward. And, you know, I love everything that you do. I have been watching you, I think, for a little bit over a year now. And I always find great insights in your videos and your messages. And so I just want you to know that you are very much appreciated.
And thank you so much. You're so, everything that you spoke about is so beautiful, and it speaks so true. You know, I'm sure it resonates with every single person here and everyone that will come into alignment with this, because you're literally speaking about that chironic moon and alchemy within itself, where you had that's what being a healer is. You have to first learn to heal yourself and how to hold space for yourself before you can even hold space for others. And that means holding space for your own shadow as well. And that's exactly what Chiron does, where he lives vicariously through the healing that he's able to provide to another person that he wished that he could have got at that time. So
Wow.
it's something that he can't go back to, right? He can't go back to the event where his mother had abandoned him, but everyone's going to come to him for that exact reason, because they feel accepted by him, because they feel seen by him in a way that he never felt. And that's the ironic part of it. But that's where you're like, you know, very much you're a healer because you've healed. You're able to give from that place of fullness within yourself, where you've learned to become your own source. And I love that you said you're not here to teach anyone anything, because that's exactly what it is. It's like you already know the answers, but you are here to embody that example of what that is. Sometimes you are that because you've learned to be that anchor for yourself. You can then become that anchor for another individual, and until they're able to remember, okay, you're also an anchor, you've also got this, you know. So there's a level of, that's why I say spirituality, there's no hierarchy, it's just levels of consciousness that we're moving through. So it's it's so beautifully articulated.
I'm true to this. I've had a rough life, and I've used everything that was meant and probably built to stop me to overcome it all. And so I will go and look more into my chart and see about this Chiron. I actually just figured out my human design like like 5 days ago, because I'm not a big human design person, but I found out some things about myself that I didn't realize. I'm a big patterns person, and so when I was reading it, I was like, oh, so that's why I do that. Okay, so it explains why I've always been able to help other people, even sometimes when it's to the detriment of myself. But learning how to hold that space and to be able to pour into myself first, right? It has been a learning lesson in itself. And sometimes we overgive and we decide that we want to help others. Sometimes when the person that we need to be helping is ourselves, because if you don't nourish yourself, then you're not going to be here to help nourish other people. And I recently had a health situation. I'm a Reiki practitioner, and I think it's so funny. So I had a tonsillectomy, a partial tonsillectomy. I've been doing Reiki on myself for like the last 6, 7 months. Found out my tonsils have grown back, and so now I need another surgery. And I'm like, that's that duality of it, because who would have thought that with me doing Reiki on myself that I would have made my tonsils grow back, and so now I need to have them removed again. But it's like it's the what comes first, the chicken or the egg type of thing. And
Yeah.
so I had to sit with that this week, and I was like, wait, I did that. Okay, so I know that the Reiki works because I do it on myself, right? But now it's like, but maybe I did a little bit too much, because now it's an issue. But we learn, and we have to have those learning experiences in order to know. And I'm grateful. The best thing you can do is just be grateful, for all your lessons, no matter how they come.
No, that's so beautiful. And even when you spoke about the tonsils and them growing up with Reiki, growing back with Reiki, I was thinking, oh, that's like sometimes we reaffirm in the physical just how powerful we are with our own intention, and just to see that manifested through the physical, it's like, oh, okay, that just reaffirmed something to you that it's like reality reinforced something that you already instinctively knew. So it's it's
Right.
beautiful to
It's
find.
a coincidence for sure. But I mean, what's the best way to learn the extent of your powers? Outside of teaching yourself a lesson, right? Because you learn lessons all the time through your external, but like when you actually get to teach yourself one, that's one for the books. Like there's no outdoing that. Like you pretty much just outdid yourself, right?
Exactly. I love that you brought up human design as well, because I actually have a guest that I'm going to bring on next week, Stephanie, if you guys know, in the live chat, and she's going to speak all about human design, because she was doing I researched it a while back, like years back, but I never really, it's not my area of expertise. So she was like giving me a reading, and we were on the phone, and I was thinking it's so interesting how when you overlay that with like a birth chart, because we both had our insights and our areas of where we're very, I guess, acquainted, and we were seeing everything connects to everything else. Like it's such an intricate design and self-organized design system, from the human design of the avatar to the energetic signature of the birth chart, and how they overlay with one another, with it's and the
Yeah,
transits
it's
that
like of a puzzle. It's like a spider web, because it's so intricate in its design that you would never. I'm holding my clear cords. That you would never think that it would just mesh so well together. Um, I did not really think twice about human design when I heard about it. I was like, yeah, no, that's not my thing. But when I tied it into my astrology, when I figured out, my Black Moon Lilith and my Virgo and my Pisces, it was just like, wow, okay, so I'm a manifester, but I'm not a normal manifester. Like I've got all these different aspects to me, which is why I can see the different patterns, right? Because when you have a certain perspective you're able to look at things from a different lens, from a different viewpoint. And being able to do that has allowed me to help so many people, but I never understood why, right? And so understanding now my human design, it's like, oh, because you are the manifester, because you are you this is what you do on an everyday basis. And so now that I've turned it into like my business, it's like, okay, that's that one thing that you've been doing and you've been doing it for free. And so that's what they say, right? When you have that one thing that you can do forever and you would do it for free, that's your purpose. Like that's what you're meant to do. And so tying that together in the last 5 to 7 days was like, oh wow. So I'm already doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but I guess I needed that confirmation. So I look forward to that. You said her name
is Stephanie.
Okay, I'll look forward to that one.
Yeah, we'll be on the 26th, I believe, so next Thursday. I'm gonna bring her on. There's so much that you said there that's rung so true. In regards to there's so much just like going up my mind now. With a manifesting, I was even thinking about how it ties in conjunction with even astrocartography, where we understand why certain things appear in our reality. As you were saying, like certain things appear and you understand what those gifts and abilities are that are overlaid and integrated into and woven into your very, like, your very existence, that allows you to, support or mirror something. And maybe that's mirroring a different example, and it could be helping someone that is, ready to kind of allow that octave within them that already exists to begin to finally come to the surface and understand what is truly suppressing that. So it's super beautiful. I've noticed it even in like even astrocartography. I'm definitely going to do a whole series on this, is pending, but I'll walk and maybe I'll go and visit in like another country and understand what line is being activated, and then I'll see certain themes play out, and I'm already looking up for like, okay, I expect these themes to happen based upon my birth chart and where these aspects are taking place and the transits. And then when you lay it in, even with human design, it's like, okay, I understand why this dynamic is taking place, or why I have a lot of expansive partnerships in this area of the world. Maybe I'm learning things through these partnerships, or where there's transformation that occurs, or I see that nurturing partnerships that begin to take place. So there's so much that you said there where we can really see it and just sit back and admire the design, because it goes beyond the human's mind. It's like it's something that the human could never. The way it's detailed all the way down to the degree, it's like we can't even possibly fathom how it all comes into manifestation, even just from the time of birth down to every nickel, dime, everything. It's just you just sit back and you're just
so intricate. Like it's like we did this, like we planned this, like how, like where, because it blows your mind that much that it's just like, yeah, no.
It's an incredibly self-designed system. That's why I always say it's a self-organizing, intelligent system that we're existing in and that we source from. So it's like all you can really do is just know that every single one of you has gifts and abilities in your own unique frequency, and no other will be born with your genetic makeup, with your energetic signature, and what makes you uniquely you. It's just, that is the beauty of it.
It's wonderful that like each of us is so unique that even twins, like you may have the same exact DNA if you're identical twins, and you will be polar opposites. You just so different, right? You are from the same DNA strain, but like your mannerisms, your attitudes, everything is just different from each other. And so it's just amazing what we can do when we apply ourselves.
Exactly. Oh, there was two things I wanted to say. One is, remind me when it comes to the spiritual arts is something that you said there, and also how we have incarnated into many carbon-based life forms and many intricately designed vessels, and we've learned them all. We've learned the shadows and we've learned the gifts, and we have to understand the shadows so that we can apply our gifts and what they are. That's exactly where we retrieve them. So it's not our first time. It's just like we're relearning this vessel. We're relearning the theme of this incarnation, essentially. And there's another thing I wanted to I was going to respond, but I forgot when you spoke about finally monetizing the things that you do are so important, because I feel like there's a big misconception, especially in the spiritual community, that the way from a higher perspective that this works is that we're living in a material world. Okay, there are certain things in this current time and age, one of them being money as a currency that we use for trade and exchange. But money is energy. That's inherently what it is. That's a currency. And when we are exchanging anything with our life force, and we're investing time, intention, emotion, input into it, that's an energy exchange that takes place, and that can come in the form of trade. So never be reluctant to monetize the things that you're doing or feel bad, because you're a gift and you have a gift to offer to this world, and that just comes through the form of money. Source loves you, and you are an abundant being, and that abundance can manifest itself into the physical material plane. I feel like money has been taught to be something that is, it's evil, and all money would really do is I think it's Will Smith or someone that said it will enhance the traits and gifts that are already there. And the beautiful thing is, in that energy exchange, you continuously invest into yourself, you invest into your mission, and all that momentum that begins to drive forward is just, and it's so important, because I feel like so many people are in between in this like two of coins phase, where they may have like a full-time job or something that they're doing that they know it drains them. It's not something that they enjoy moving towards, and there's almost this contradiction between the thing that I want and the thing that I'm doing. But when you really apply yourself, as you said, you can begin to invest something, even if it's small, any step, even with what you have. Like, you may think that you need the equipment that you need, the equipment or the material sources to get started, but you can get started with exactly what it is that you have and start investing and generating momentum. But that intention is kinetic energy, only when supported with action. Then it creates velocity and momentum. Then you'll be at this bit of timelines where I'm using this as an investment. I'm redirecting that life force towards this timeline that I feel like I would rather be aligned with long term. And you'll see how that flows. Eventually, this begins to dissolve as this picks itself up. So, and that will take on a life of its own if you generate enough intention and momentum towards it. But you have to know why you're here, and you have to be willing to organize your life around your mission. And that's what the year of the fire horse is. Everyone is exactly where they need to be at this stage of their evolution, but you all have your own unique gifts to give to the world, and there's another message around even like the darkness and everything that was coming out, where some people are only just coming into that awakening. There's a lot that's come out that some people knew about, and it's been reaffirmed in our reality. And there's some people who are totally caught off guard, right? They never thought that those certain things would happen in the world. And those kind of people are just waking up, right? Those fractals of awareness are just becoming conscious of themselves and coming online thinking, okay, maybe there's something going on here. And it's like every child has a part to play in the cosmos and a part to play in the cycles, and we're all sitting at different coordinates within the spherical motion that is time. So you don't know how you finally plucking up the courage and overcoming like self-doubt when it comes to your gifts, that is allowing you to undergo like an initiation to begin to help another individual individual fractal of awareness that's finally becoming conscious of itself to also do the same, and you're mirroring that example. So it's like we all have, I know you know what I'm saying, but
because I it took me a while to accept that this was my past, because I didn't want to be in the forefront. As a photographer, I'm so used to being behind the camera that it was like, wait, you want me to do what? Oh no, I'm not. No, you got the wrong person. And so we deny our gifts because we are in denial of our position, until for me it was like, okay, well now you don't have a choice. because now you have people who are looking at you and like they're waiting to hear what you have to say, and you're stopping them from being able to get to the point where they need to be because you won't move. And so it's understanding where your place is and where you're supposed to be and how you affect other people and where they're supposed to be. When you really understand that, it's like, oh crap, like I have to move, because if I don't move, then these people don't move. And if they don't move, then these other people don't move. And you don't understand how much your ripple in the ocean actually makes those waves, whether it be now or generations later, right? And so it is truly a gift to really understand where your placement is and how much you affect other people. Did I want to be on the forefront? No. Did I have a lot of throat chakra work to do? Apparently so. Okay. And when you overcome yourself and you get out of your own way, that is when the miracles start to happen. You said something about jobs. I said something about this in one of my previous videos where it's like, if you're doing something that is making you miserable, I need you to figure out what's going to make you happy and eventually start feeding your time and energy and attention, which is what I call tea. You got to figure out where you're pouring your tea. Where are you pouring your time, your energy, and your attention? And then you clock your wins. And your wins is when intention negates self-sabotage, because you're self-sabotaging yourself and you don't even realize it, because you say, well, I can't do this because I've been in this job for 15 years, or I've been in this job for so long. Well, I can't learn how to do something else. But you're intentionally like stopping yourself, because you're literally telling your brain that you can't do it. And so we have to stop doing that. As human beings, we tend to get paralyzed because we talk ourselves out of it before we can even start. So my thing is like, clock your wins and clock your teeth. Where are you intentionally or not intentionally self-sabotaging yourself? So when intention negates self-sabotage, that's your wins, and time, energy, and attention. Where are you feeding that? Because wherever you're feeding that, it's going to grow.
Precisely, and that is so well said. It reminds me of the quote of, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate, but our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And I feel like that's exactly what this is. It's where sometimes we fear our own potential and our own success, so we'll self-sabotage ourselves because we know it requires change, and change doesn't hurt, right? You surrendering to that change doesn't hurt, but resisting that change does. And eventually the discomfort will surpass the comfort that you once had in that environment, and it cannot contain. That's why I say, I love that you said, find out what will bring you happiness, find out what will bring you joy, because once you do that, consciousness travels into that dimensional frequency of, okay, what am I searching for? I'm seeking for like liberation. Maybe I'm seeking for a level of like freedom, or just expression that I feel like is kind of contained in my current circumstances. And it can no longer return back to its old form. Once consciousness expands, it sees something that it can't unsee, and that discomfort begins to grow, because now there's a deep truth that's been excavated within you around where you may be holding yourself back. And that can be a deeply triggering to confront, to see that, okay, no one is actually getting in your way. Sometimes it's just us getting in our own way.
Yeah. But don't be like me. Don't take it to, you have to get hit by a car for you to really understand. I literally was a pedestrian hit by a motor vehicle, and it took for me to see my body on the ground for me to understand, oh, okay, these have all been signs and I haven't been listening. And I've just been like walking around like, nope, I'm not going to go that way. And, the universe was like, oh, you thought, oh, okay, watch this. And for the first time in my life, I couldn't work, but I was working two jobs I was in the mental health space, so I appreciated what I did, right? But I wasn't happy. And because I wasn't happy, and because I knew that I wasn't happy, but I continued down those roads until I couldn't work. And so now you can't work for the first time in your life. You have no choice but to sit down and figure your crap out because you can't go anywhere, right? And so sometimes it takes that complete tower moment because you are running from yourself. And if you are running from yourself, then nothing's ever going to change. It's only going to get worse. 333 on the clock. It's only going to get worse until you decide, like, okay, I'm done. Like, I give up. Like, okay, I'm not going to run anymore. I need to turn around and face myself. But that's what people are afraid of. They're afraid of facing themselves, right? Because no one can really do more harm to you than what you can do. And so when you are not facing yourself, you're actually harming yourself more than anyone else could.
I love that what you said with 333. I was smiling because I'm like, oh, in my angel number message, the title is potential. And it's like you're literally you're denying your own potential. And there's also when you said about getting hit by a car, that's so funny because not that it's funny, but it's funny because the same thing happened with me, but I was a passenger in the car and another car came and rammed it, and then I was out of work as well, so I was also forced to a moment of stillness where the universe said, okay, you're not gonna be still, we're gonna force you into stillness. That's a law of accident. Because when you get silent and everything gets quiet in your life, then what you need to hear will get loud. And that could be a deeply triggering time because there's nowhere to run. You can't outrun your shadow, especially when you're forced into stillness and you're looking elsewhere, being distracted. But it's the same thing where and it's so easy looking back, like hindsight is 2020, right? Where we understand, oh, okay, it took this and it took this. But while it's happening and the tower is crumbling, it feels like a moment that, you know, you are bracing for, and there's something that you're resisting until you choose to just surrender and just say, you know what, just show me the way. And I may not have all the answers right now, and that's okay. And another thing that's interesting is sometimes when we do end up, you know, taking that step, sometimes the path ends up looking completely different than what we initially thought it was starting the journey, because our work will evolve as we do. And that's the beauty of it as well. It's not that there's ever a fixed destination point that you ever get to, but it's that it continues to unfold in magical ways, and not knowing is the very thing that allows you to enjoy the journey, because you don't know what you're going to find as you embark on it.
Exactly. It's like the path less taken is the one where you find the most, because it hasn't been explored yet, right? And so you get to find those golden eggs, and you get to find those gems, and you get to be the first. And sometimes being the first is scary. It is. But you know what? If not now, then when? Because we can't wait forever, and the universe isn't going to wait for you. The universe is going to push you to be like, okay, well, all right, well, we tried. It's like that. I tell my friend that it's that you're walking down this path and you see the caution sign, and then you see the imminent danger, and then you see and you just keep going like you have no care in the world, and the next thing you know, you fall off a cliff because you didn't pay attention. But now you have to deal with the fact that you're flying in midair and you don't know what to do, and all you can do is wait for embrace, right? So you when you don't pay attention, and sometimes it's intentional because we don't want to see, right? And that's what my accident did for me. It was like I knew what I wasn't supposed to be doing. I knew who I wasn't supposed to be around, and it was what I was used to, so I just continued. Right? But then it was like once I got hit, all of that disappeared. All of that changed. The people who were around me weren't around me anymore. The things that I was involved in, I could no longer be involved in. And sometimes it takes that impact for you to understand how much you really do need to learn about yourself.
I think what you said is so valuable, because you're basically saying sometimes we mistake familiarity for a sense of safety, but that we can't grow in our comfort zone, and the soul has come here to grow. And so our little organism of consciousness is resisting the whole laws of this universe, which is for change to happen, for growth to happen, and that leads to
Yeah.
evolution. It's like we're going against the natural laws of the very universe that is inside of us. We're resisting our own. It's like a transit where a planet begins to shift into another octave or another expression. We're denying our own next expression or octave that wants to come to the surface and express itself how the soul wants to express itself. We're like, the soul has this call for exploration, but we're like, oh no, we can't do that, and I'm just gonna dig this down. And that's kind of what a judgment card energy, that's when we have our life reviews, and we have that near-death experience, or we have a moment, a tower moment, or something that leads to us really contemplating our how did we get here, essentially. And sometimes that's required to get us to where it is that we are. But I so resonate with your story around, sometimes we end up in timelines that we know we shouldn't be in, and that's really not aligned with our highest possible expression. But we stay there because it's familiar, and we stay there because we're in survival. And whom it is that we are or have been in survival looks very, very different than the healed version of ourselves, with a regulated nervous system and clear sight about our existence. And that's the difference between moving with intention and non-moving with intention.
Yeah. And knowing that, that who we were was born out of survival. And that's okay, right? Don't demonize that part of yourself, because you needed that part of yourself at a certain time and point. But you've also outgrown that now. And so when you stop your own growth, you're stopping the person that you want or need to become in order to move past what you've already had. You can't, we try to live in the past, and we can't continue to do that. We have to move forward. And in order to move forward, we have to shed that old skin and become anew. And so it's part of the becoming, which is actually the name of my podcast, is the Becoming Room, because what we went through is talked about. What we are going to go through is talked about, but nobody talks about the middle part. Nobody talks about what it takes to get from A to B. They just talk about getting there. And so I wanted to shine light on that, because a lot of people don't understand that uncomfortable space. And they try to go back to someone that they are no longer, like, you don't resonate with that part of yourself, but you try to fit back into that skin, and it doesn't work. And then you become lost, because you're like, but I don't want to leave that version of me. But you have no choice, because you're not that version of you anymore.
Exactly. And it feels weird because you're in that liminal space between the old self, but then also who you're
going to become.
Exactly. And so that version of self, that octave, again, it's like you said, it's not demonizing it, because that's that fearful survival expression that's always going to coexist with you. But it's saying, okay, that version of self is saying, okay, this is scary. We don't recognize this. We don't recognize the decisions that you're trying to make, all this change that's happening. I'm unfamiliar with this. Well, that version of us, that octave, is asking to be held. It's saying, okay, I know this is unfamiliar. I know that you have no point of reference for this. And, there's no history to where it is that we're stepping into, because we're in complete new, terrain, essentially. But you're okay. You are safe. You are stable. You are secure. And still leaning into that unknown. As you said, we don't even know who it is that we're becoming. We don't know the journey of what it will take to ascend into the highest possible expression. But we are. It's that's the relationship with mastery and multidimensionality, and saying it's okay to change. It's okay to evolve beyond recognition, and that can be scary. It's a moment of the caterpillar that's inside the cocoon. It's like, oh, this is scary, but it's forming these beautiful wings that will literally allow it to experience a complete different level of existence. But it trust the process. But can you trust yourself and love love yourself at every stage of your evolution, even the one that's from survival? We can't reject it, but we have to fully, integrate it, because it forms part of the wings.
Exactly. And that, people talk about the ego and just discarding your ego. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. You have to become one with your ego, because you have to understand that your ego the best parts of it was born out of survival because it's a protector, right? And so knowing that it's okay to accept that part of you and to love that part of you and say, okay, listen, thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate you. I love you, but it's time for me to take over now. It's time for me to drive the car. And so you can get in the back seat, but you need to stay in the back seat. Like it's my time. And being able to do that and to do the self work that it takes to see that is what people run from. But that, like you said, it's like the caterpillar that becomes the butterfly. The caterpillar doesn't know that it's going into this cocoon to grow wings, to be able to fly. A caterpillar is so used to being on the ground and having to have that contrast and that friction to get where it wants to go. But now it's in a stage where it has to be submerged in darkness in order to get the wings to be able to see the world from a higher perspective.
Mm. That's so, there's so many insights when you're saying that, where that it's like you can't allow the version of you in survival, that lower octave or fifth octave of you, to dictate the way that you choose to move forward in your life. And it reminds me of when you were talking about the caterpillar going into, it reminds me of like the sleep paralysis video that I did, where I was saying, okay, when I saw this scary thing in my field, the ego was like, okay, is this a threat, right? That's like the amygdala scanning, is there actually a potential threat? That, again, that octave of you is designed to protect you. So of course it's doing its job. It does the best that it knows with the level of awareness that it has. So then it's like, okay, all right, let's see what that version of me needs. It needs safety, it needs security. Because if that ego just went amygdala hijack, then it would have been, oh my gosh, this is a threat. This is you versus me. This is, oh my God, this is unsafe. This is unfamiliar. I'm rejecting this. And then eventually you have to quiet that down, and you have to act with, you have to allow your love to become greater than your fear. You have to act even when you're scared, even when that voice is saying, oh, this is unfamiliar. Oh my gosh, this is a threat. The unfamiliar is a threat. We're scared of the unknown. The highest, someone asked in the comment section, like, what does the optimal human experience mean? Well, in my view, the optimal human experience is to allow your love to be greater than your fear. It's to I forgot I was going to say that. It's to make friends with the unknown. Accept it. Yeah. And the only way that you can make friends with the unknown is if you understand there's always going to be that fear, but you become greater than your fear. That's what it is, to become greater than your mind, greater than your emotions. And then you master your relationship with matter because you first mastered your mind and emotions. And that's what it is.
But people also forget that, you attract what you think about, and you attract how you feel. And if you're always fearful, you're going to attract things that are going to scare you. Your mind is the Wi-Fi router, but your emotions and your heart is the magnet. And so when those two work together, because they're both fearful, then you attract these scary things. But if they can work together to be hopeful, to be gracious, grateful for what you do have and for your dreams and your intent moving forward, then you will attract good things to you.
Exactly. And there's something else that you said with it's like, it reminds me of the saying where you can't stick butterfly wings on a caterpillar and expect it to fly. And it's the same thing with, there will feel like you're faking something. That's why positive affirmations don't work unless you charge it with emotion. Like, you have to genuinely feel that way. Otherwise the subconscious, like, yeah, you're not fooling me. Like, the universe speaks in the language of frequency, not what our intention is. It's what our subconscious belief systems are, essentially. And that's going to create and dictate the reality that will manifest around us. And so when the caterpillar goes into that deep initiation in the cocoon or the chrysalis, well, that's you being seated with your own shadow. That's where you learn your shadow, you understand that fearful aspect. And only once you get a handle on that can your wings, which is your multi-dimensional memory wings, when it comes to even like the caduceus wings, it's like the architecture that you'll take on. That's why higher dimensional beings like angels take on these forms, because their life force is redirected towards the upper dantian, right? Towards their higher intuitive faculties, their multi-dimensional abilities that they express freely in this realm, They see this construct for its true nature, and they allow the higher self to fully be anchored in this vessel, in this ego. And the ego is a gift. It's a tool for us to navigate this plane in, and it does its job, which is to protect us. But we cannot allow the ego to lead the flesh. It's more of the soul learning the ego, if you will, and kind of taming the beast. That's what it all is about, right?
Yeah.
And then allowing the soul to lead the ego through the existence. And it's in that's the masculine and feminine, right? That's what the triad is. That's what creation is. That's what Christ consciousness is.
Yeah, you definitely have to know thyself. If you don't, then you're not going to get anywhere. Period.com. Like you have to know yourself, and you have to know both sides of yourself, both light and dark, because that's how you become whole.
Precisely. It reminds me of like fear is just an illusion. Like that, the ego is, it's not even, it's the illusion of physicality. And when you do see the Akashic records, you realize, okay, you were actually holding yourself back from so many other timelines that were accessible to you because your belief system was the barrier. It was like, that was the gate and you were the key all along. And when you realize that, then it's like, okay, let me reincarnate. No, I'll get it right this time. It feels like that.
And then that's how we end up coming back so many times, because we're like, oh, well, I didn't know that. But if you understand that your anxiety is just because you're afraid of the future, your depression is because you're sad about what already happened, that means you're trapped in the past. But if we can figure that out, right, then we would just have a better time at this in this lifetime, and not have to start over so many times.
Because it takes so long to get to this point of remembrance. It can take will take so much that you go through in order to come here. So I always say, no matter when it happens in your life, whether it's when you're younger, whether it's when you're middle age, whether it's you being more seasoned in this lifetime, whenever you do come online, you've done that. There's so many people on Fractals of Awareness that don't in many lifetimes in order to generate karma and experience before they can actually wake up in this construct. And when you do, it can be like traumatic, you know, or it can be there's a level of resentment that you think that you have to the external and the matrix and the separation and how it works with the hierarchies and all these different archetypal systems. But then you realize the resentment is actually towards yourself, because you realize that, oh, it was actually me all along.
I sent myself back to start over because I didn't get it the first 300 times. Like, I think that's why one of my very first tattoos was karma. I have karma tattooed on my wrist. And I think that it was because some part of me knew that I needed to be able to remember. And so having that remembering can be very intense. But you have to allow it. You have to surrender. Otherwise, you're in for one hell of a ride.
Exactly. Karma is literally cause and effect, but it's often like unconscious cause and effect. That's why a man is literally your life is the effect of your own cause, conscious or unconscious. So when you find yourself again in a timeline or situation that you don't want to be, okay, your unconscious decisions had led you here, but now that you're conscious, what do you want to do to change that? That's why I say whenever you wake up or consciousness wakes up in the system, whether that's gently awoken or a rude awakening, it's okay, what do you want to choose doing from this point moving forward? Because when you're a conscious being and you're consciously guiding your life, because you're now lucid in this construct and you're guiding it towards your chosen destination, like those said, the future is an open book to all those who can read. You can actually begin to navigate this life through it's going to feel like a new lifetime within this lifetime. It's going to feel like, oh, now my life is going to look very different moving forward because of the decisions that used to govern the way that I move through this construct no longer are. Or, you're kind of because it's what intentional.
Yeah, because your actions become intentional. That's the difference. Because before you didn't know any better. right? But now you do. And so moving forward, you can choose your actions or reactions or non-actions based out of awareness because you're intentional about what you're doing now. And that's what makes the difference.
Exactly. No, that's so spot on. That's really well said. It's intentional creation and taking responsibility for your creation as well. That's what's hard for many people to address. Okay, let me take responsibility for the chaos that I had created in my life and the chaos that I created, the timelines that I created from the unconscious, and begin to actually take accountability for that. Like, and that
Yeah.
only when you do that can you come into a deep point of acceptance, and then it neutralizes the energy. And then it's like you surrendering to that becomes a great reason for your transformation, because the paradox is you can't change until you accept exactly where you are, and everything that's brought you to where it is that you are. Only then can change take place.
You have to be accountable. That accountability and the responsibility is what trips people up every time.
Yeah, and that's what the shadow work is. That's why I resonate with what you said, like light and love. It's like to remember yourself as a light being, to become enlightened, is truly to do the shadow work. The shadow work is the light work.
Yeah, because the darkness came first, and then there was light. It didn't. There's no other way for you to be able to become whole without embracing both sides.
Exactly. What's everyone saying in the chat? Intention can be as strong as gravity, Richie says. Power of intention takes attention. So yeah, 100%. It's like your intention can be as strong as gravity. That's what I say. Like, even your belief systems can also be as strong as gravity. Like, we're not bound by gravity, we're bound by belief in this system. And that will be the very thing that binds us to a certain
So
version of reality.
we have to be careful with that as well, because sometimes we unintentionally take on the beliefs of other people, and that's what screws us. Like, you have to realize that you have to ask yourself, are your beliefs your own? Because if they're not, then there's some work that you need to do there. Think about it. I mean, I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness on one side of my family, and then Christian on the other, and then my aunt was Muslim, and so it was like, wait, but why is everybody? I never understood religion because I felt like they're all pieces of a puzzle, but nobody's getting the actual picture. And as I got older, I realized it was because they took spirituality out of it.
There's so many missing texts when it comes to it, and I find religion is so interesting because it's all based on truths, right? But then they're inverted. That's literally what religion is. That's why people resonate with it. You resonate with it until a certain point for a lot of people. That's why a lot of these systems that are built from these inversions of truth are crumbling. You'll notice that, okay, you'll look at all of them and you'll be like, there's truth in all of them, and there are very beautiful scriptures in all of them as well. But then there's also other ones where it's warped through the perception of, love of power rather than the power of love. And you understand, okay, yeah.
You have to want truth. And because we've been taught to be the yes man, because we've been taught to just go with the flow and just conform to what we're being told, not to ask questions, that's the problem. And so when you realize that you're not asking the questions, or you're not asking the right questions, it makes you think. And when you start to think for yourself, which is what they don't want you to do, but when you start to think for yourself and you put two and two together, and you're just like, wait, this isn't adding up. Why is this not adding up? It's because they've taken out so much. They've distorted so much. But it's honestly, it's there. You just have to be open to seeing that it's there. People see what they want to see. They don't really see what's there. There's always three sides to a story. There's what he said, what she said, and then what actually happened. So
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what it is, and I think a lot of it can stem from I've been doing this for far too long, so why would I? It's too confronting, like to take accountability because this is how it's always been, and this is how I've always seen things. To kind of confront, there's a level of ignorance there that's a bliss. Because if someone confronts around, oh, why does it say this, or why is this and this? It's like, oh no, that's too much. I don't want to think about it. Or just, let's focus on this instead. So there's a level of like cherry picking with it, and it's interesting because when I sit back from like a higher perspective, I'm like, okay, but this was also, part of, the matrix design and the soul contracts that we took on in order to experience that level of contrast and to, in order to be deeply immersed into this experience, there is a level of inversion that takes place where, communities and all the like, lessons will take place exactly how they need to. But everyone's applying their gifts wherever they are. Like sometimes people are more into esoteric arts and they also still attend church and they know that there's other things that they're doing when it comes to shadow work where they are bringing their light into these spaces as well. And there is still, it's just, even it goes so deep, even the architecture of like these structures as well and the dome like structure, it holds more energy and that's why you feel a certain way. It's the multidimensional like, yeah, it's the architecture and geometrical structure that takes place. There is so much truth, but it just becomes distorted. Yeah.
very Wizard of Oz. Like
Yeah.
I want to see who's behind the curtain. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm ready
Yeah.
to see this because I don't believe it.
It's like Dorothy and the Wizards of Oz, right? Where she gets to that guy, she goes down the yellow brick road, which is like the Vegas nerve. She has this heart full of courage where the lion is like seeking courage, right? And it's like the head and heart coherence, because I think the Tin Man was seeking like a brain, right? Something like that. And it's like the head and heart coherence as they walk down this path to kind of think for themselves, go on this mission, and then they see that there was someone, playing behind the curtain the whole time. So it's like there's things being, even in all these there's so much, there's messages everywhere, there's subliminals literally everywhere and in everything, where the truth is written right in front of your face. But again, the profane will laugh and denounce as these messages are hidden in signs and symbols where the writing is pretty much on the wall, but it requires us to use a different eye.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall. It's again, it's about perception and what you're willing to accept and what you want to see. Um, I could say a lot about the movies that they've got coming out and, the rituals and all the things. But, at the end of the day, how open are you to receiving the message? Because it's not whether or not the message is there, it's there. But are you willing to receive the answers that you're looking for? So that's, be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, because it's like once you see it, you really can't unsee it, and you're gonna feel very, yeah. It's true, and children know, like you know from a young age. It's the more that you interact with your environment, you'll notice that a lot of the belief systems and the personality that construct who you are. That's why I say personality is more of a survival mechanism when navigating this matrix, because it's literally a shell of who you are. It's constructed by, okay, I am this version of myself, and it's survival mechanism because, okay, if I question, if I question this, or if I do something else, or if I think outside of the books that's invented by people who are afraid, then this and this may happen. It's a level of fear around, oh, I don't want to be too out of the way that I once was. So I've created this like cage, and it's like this golden cage where you can again stay in like the blue pill, or you can take the red pill, and it's very different.
As someone who came into this world with gifts, I saw things at a very young age. And when I started talking about what I was seeing, they told me that I was delusional and having hallucinations and all the things. But I know what I saw. I knew at a very young age, when my grandfather died, everybody was crying. And I was like, I don't know why he's crying. He's just asleep. Very insensitive thing to say at a funeral, but I knew the truth. And when you have people who just want to live in the distortion and they don't want to know, that's And so that's why they say your awakening, your path, what you awaken to is yours. You can't try to force other people to see what you see or to wake up when you want them to, because you're doing them more of a disservice by trying to push them to see it than you would be if you just minded your business. So the information is out there. I tell people all the time, listen, I can give you the tools, but you have to do the work.
Then that's so important what you just said as well, because so many of us are like, oh, I'm here to awaken the masses and I'm here to da 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 da, but it's more sensitive than that, because if you're giving unsolicited advice, it always tells more about the needs of the giver than the receiver. You know, it's like you giving that unsolicited advice really just, it's a telltale for where there's this need for control, or you know, I cannot accept the external, or there's almost like there's like a conditional situation that's happening there, where you can, you know, unconditional love is really understanding, okay, I accept this person, not even conscious or unconscious, but wherever they are at that stage of their evolution, whether they come into that awakening within this lifetime or not, or I unconditionally accept somebody if, you know, it's like the other one of the later sequels in the Matrix, where, you know, the guy wanted to take the, even though he was awake, he wanted to take the blue pill just to go back to sleep. It's like, no, I'd rather have things be this way, even though they know, but then it's like, it's just suppressing it. So it's like, even if someone chooses to do that, or they understand and they're not ready to confront that truth because of whatever it may entail, it's like, okay, you know, I fully accept where you are, I understand where you are, and that's it. Sometimes it doesn't, that love doesn't always look like reconnection. Sometimes it's just not in alignment, but you can accept everybody as they are without this need for control. The best thing that you can do is to model and embody a different example, because you're mirroring a different example. You're not mirroring back the wounds of suppression or reducing yourself or dimming yourself. Instead, you're showing something different, which is just being authentic in who you are. Authenticity doesn't look like you have to scream things off the rooftop, but it means that it's written in your frequency. It's written in how you carry yourself and how you move and how you don't suppress, you know, your own truth. You can, it's like, I don't, what's it called? Like, you don't offer advice that's not really asked a lot of the time. It's just more of a, if you ask, then you're more than happy to converse. And maybe there's a seed that will be planted, but it's allow that seed to germinate in its own process. Maybe it'll happen years later, maybe it'll be weeks later, and maybe it's just something.
But that's part of unconditional love. Loving someone in all versions of themselves, and not just where you want them to be. Loving yourself in all versions of yourself, and not just where you want yourself to be. When you love someone, or when you love everyone unconditionally, you accept, right? You accept where they are, not where you want them to be. And so that's why I say I'm a guide. I'm not a teacher, because a teacher is going to try and teach you these things in a very rigid way. And you have to know the answers, and you have to pass the test, and you have to turn in your homework. And I'm not that. No, I'm going to give you the information, and then you do with it what you will. Like that's unconditional love. It's saying, here's what it is that you need. Here's what it is that you want. And I'm just going to let you sit with that and decide what to do with it. Unconditional love is being completely hands-on, with at the same time being hands-off.
That's the balance between giving and receiving, where it's like you allow that to also be received. And sometimes what it is that is given is only met as far as the individual has met themselves and is ready to meet themselves. And time is a spherical motion, right? It's a spherical model. So they will continue to meet it again and again, whether it's just a conversation that happened, that's something that stays within their field. I know I have that with people that I've had conversations with, and I thought I understood what they were saying at the time. And then I think back to it, years and years pass, and I see it differently. And it's not because the information changed, but it's that my capacity to hold that level of light and hold that level of truth shifted. It grew.
Right. And so that's why you always follow your path, and you don't try to force people on the path with you. You continue to walk your path. It's like the lighthouse. You are not meant to jump into the sea and save every sinking ship. You are supposed to remain where you are and shine the light. And if they make it to safety, cool. And if they don't, cool. But here comes the next boat. Like you can't. I just don't. I guess I just don't have a savior complex. I don't. I would love for everyone to know the truth, but what you accept as your truth and what I accept as my truth are two totally different things. But I'm responsible for me. I'm not responsible for you.
Oof, that's so on point, because it's literally that is such an important topic as well, because that comes from the ego as well, where the ego has this savior complex around, I'm here to do all these things and all these stories that we tell ourselves. But ultimately,
Nope.
even what I've done something similar in regards to the lighthouse analogy, and I love that analogy that you used, where it's like a lifeguard. You don't go in there without a flotation device. That's one of the rules when someone is drowning, because
Right.
go in with some kind of flotation device, because when someone is in survival, they'll just drag you down. They're not even thinking. So there's
Exactly.
but what you can do is stand at the distance and just throw out that lifeline. That's the buoyancy, where
Yep.
you become less dense in the medium you're immersed in. You can choose to hold on to the lifeline, or you can choose to release it. But it's there, it's available for you whenever you need,
I
and
will
you're not
give you the tools and you
yeah,
can either sink or swim. Like
yeah,
it's that simple, because when we come in, we're by ourselves, and when we go out, we're by ourselves. And I'm not going to allow anyone to drag me off of my path because I sunk myself because I was so busy trying to save them that I forgot what I was here for, because I've been consumed with, oh, I just need to save everybody. No, that's not what we're here for. We're here to live our own path. Everyone, sometimes when you try to save people at the wrong time, you're really doing them a disservice.
yeah. Yeah, and sometimes they'll learn to stop fighting as well. It's beautiful to watch sometimes when you watch back, and they'll stop fighting, like trying to swim and they're drowning. Instead, they just surrender, and you begin to float, because you're
Yeah.
surrendering to the very thing that you're resisting, and it's yourself.
Mm.
So
But
sometimes
that's
it's like,
what saves you, is the surrender, because then
yeah,
you don't sink.
exactly. And you can't surrender if you're attaching. So what's the opposite of that? It's like someone attaches and they think that they need you, but they don't. It's about them becoming their own source. They don't have to outsource their sense of wisdom. That source also lies within them. Every single human being is capable of becoming their own, like, hero in that
Savior.
sense. Yeah, saving
Yeah.
yourself. You're here to save yourself. That's what Christ consciousness is. It's like, you're not here
Yeah.
to,
But
and you
everybody's waiting for someone to come and save them. And I'm just like, yeah, no, that's like, what is it? The story of Jonah and the whale is like, I sent all of these different modalities for you to be able to, and you just sat there and was like, okay, well, nope, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. I don't, and then you get eaten by a whale and then you blame God. And I just don't understand, because you have the tools to save yourself, but you're waiting for someone to save you.
Yeah, I swear in that message it was almost like that was the law of accident happening, where he did have this message to share, but he was kind of like he was avoiding himself, and then
That's how he ended up out there, is because he ran from what he was supposed to be doing in the first place.
Yeah.
So again, we are in our own way, because we run from what we need to face, and then we land in a worse situation than if we would have just faced it when we were on land. Right now you're out in the middle of the sea and you're screaming for somebody to save you. Well, why'd you go out there?
Yeah, it's a
paradox in itself.
Yeah, it is, because truth is multidimensional and two truths can exist, and that's something that
At the same time.
Yeah, and not just externally, but within us, where there
Yeah.
can be that truth of the ego around, okay, I want everyone to come with me. Oh my gosh, let's all ascend into, 5D perception, all these like things that we say, but
they're not meant to.
Exactly, and that is respecting the free will of another soul, whether they choose to apply that or take agency over their life, or choose to be a bystander and a passive observer. Sometimes the best way to learn, the best way to learn is through experience. Like, you can say something and someone can hear it, but they won't actually listen until they're ready to listen. Again, someone will look at something but they won't actually see it until they're ready. And that is
Exactly.
respecting the
That's
blossoming.
unconditional love. That's
Exactly.
the greatest love that there ever can be, is knowing that I love you enough to leave you where you're at. And that doesn't mean that we're indifferent. It's just there's different levels to this. And I'm not going to sink my ship to try and save you.
Yeah, and there's something else that I was hearing as you were speaking about that around the savior complex. Sometimes, okay, we could convince ourselves around it, okay, I'm here to save everyone, and it's a very sensitive topic because it's very exalted in a lot of areas in this system, and so they're like, okay, I want to save everyone because what? Okay, let's really get down to it. Is it because of how it will impact their life, or is it going to be because of how it makes you feel?
Right. And that's the savior complex. You
Yeah,
want to save everyone because you want to be the hero. But everyone is the main character of their own story. They have to be their own hero.
exactly.
Like even villains have a story. They didn't become the villain by choice. They became the villain because of everything that happened around them. But at some point they weren't that villain. And they in turn they think for some twisted reason, right? That they're doing the right thing. So are you going to be the villain in someone else's story because you're trying to force them to wake up? Or are you going to be the hero of your own story and understand that you gave them the lifeboat? Whether they want to get on it is on them.
100%. Yeah, that's so important as well. What you said even about like the villain archetype, because I've spoken about this before, where it is you have no other option but just to hold space, and you only are able to do that once you learn how to hold space for yourself. Like the hero is the one that is the healer, the one that has healed themselves, the one that needs nothing from the external but is whole within themselves. And the villain then becomes someone that you see is experiencing profound level of suffering, and you have no other option but to hold space for them in a way that they're not ready to do for themselves right now. And sometimes that
Exactly.
space just means not interrupting the soul's process, so that they
Exactly.
can discover that they are also a lotus that can blossom in the most unexpected places.
Exactly. It all comes back to unconditional love. You have to love them at every point that they are at, because at the end of the day, you're not here to save anyone else. You're here to save yourself. You are the main character. Yeah.
Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on and and sharing. This is just it was a really, really beautiful discussion.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm glad that today was the day, you know.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
it's the new moon, it's a eclipse, it's just, and this conversation I think is going to help a lot of people. I definitely did not think that we were going to be able to talk for this long, but I think that everything that we've said here, right, has been something that people will find gems where they need to.
Exactly. I think it's gonna land deep for so many individuals, and I'm so glad that you came back on. Even last after the last chat, when I saw you backstage, and I was like, oh, I don't think we can go on for like longer than this, just because of how it was. It just didn't feel aligned. But I was like, I really hope she comes on again. And then I wrote a community page post saying, oh, if anyone was backstage and you didn't get a chance, if I see you on there again, I'll prioritize you. And then I even wrote in our Discord chat, I was like, guys, it's Lotus. I think I wrote Keys. I couldn't remember your handle, but I was like, it's Lotus Keys. It's you in the Discord.
I didn't see that actually. I am, but there's so many messages all the time that it's kind of hard to see everything. But I did see your post and I was like, okay, well, I'll try again. But I didn't think it was going to be today. I'm glad that it was today. Yeah.
Same. It was a very powerful day for it to happen as well. I didn't even think it was going to be today because I didn't even expect to do it. And then I thought, oh, it's only going to be quick anyway. And then when I saw you, and then we were having a discussion, I was like, it's supposed to, it's just the way that the space just it unfolds all on its own. And yeah, it was a blessing.
It's
It's
4:44 on my time. I'm East Coast time, so that's awesome. That's perfect alignment.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, I love that. So people can find you on, you said you had a podcast. I can't remember the name.
So I have a podcast. I actually have 2 different pages. So the Lotus Mindset 888 is my YouTube. And then so my podcast is there too. It's called The Becoming Room. And it's just little snippets. I think that they're short enough for people to be able to listen and still do other things. I try to just drop things for people to give people to think, right? To ask themselves the questions, to ponder, because I don't really resonate with people who just talk and talk and talk. Like, give me something to think about. I do a lot of introspection, so I need my brain to think about the conversation that we just had. And so I originally started that podcast for myself, but I felt like it was something that I wanted to share with everyone else. And so I drop a new episode every week, and I'd love to have you on as a guest one time if you feel called.
Definitely, we'll arrange something. Yeah, thank you. Laura says thank you. It was all in alignment. Everyone, yeah.
I can't see the chat, so if definitely come and follow me over on my page on YouTube if you feel called, and if not, then thank you just for having me and sending me your loves and good vibes, because I can feel it.
Thank you so much. You're such a light in this space. Just every time you just comment, I already knew it before even like seeing you. Just from you can tell from the comments that someone puts the intention behind it. That's why I always say, like, you intend for with from mind to matrix, whatever it is that you cast out into when you broadcast out into the space. And you always have you have ones that make me like, I'll read it and then I'll think and I'll go into introspection as well. So I'm like, okay, I could get down with this mindset for sure.
Well, that's good. That's awesome. That makes me feel good, because sometimes I'm like, did that make any sense? Like, or did, something that I said, does it make any sense? But I think that it makes sense to the people that it's supposed to. And understanding how far along you are in your journey, if I can say something that'll make you think, I think I'm doing a good job.
Yeah. No, it's just, whenever you comment, it's one of those things. I look forward to them. You're one of the people, there's a few people that comment, and I'm like, whenever they comment, I'm like, yeah, they're in like a collective group that opens my mind as well. So it's beautiful. But yeah, thank you for everything, for the work that you're doing as well, because there's so much that's got you to where it is that you are on your journey, and you're doing your part to not just be of service to yourself first, but also the collective. And it's just such a beautiful point that not only are you have arrived at, but that a journey that you're continuing to embark on. So thank you for sharing your energy and investing your light and into this space. You're deeply appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for having the space and for making me feel welcome. I appreciate all of you. And if you feel called, check out my links, and I would love to have a conversation for those who just need to untangle their brain sometimes. Sometimes you just need that outside perspective.
Definitely. Well said. Yeah, Mo and I will be live again on Sunday, so if you end up coming backstage, I'll definitely call you back up as well. I'm sure it will be a beautiful discussion.
Awesome. That sounds good. All right. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you for being here. Have a beautiful Fire Horse New Year and New Moon in Aquarius as well. Solar eclipse. Have a beautiful eclipse.
Yes, you too. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh, guys. I thought this was going to be not a quick event. I thought I would be done in about like 2 hours. But we go on. Every time I'm here, I always have a blast. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for everyone that stayed for the hypnosis and the meditation and shared your insights on the chat. I always look forward to seeing the playbacks. I never really get to read them during the live just because I'm in the moment. But thank you so much. Have a beautiful new moon, solar eclipse in Aquarius. And yeah, I know, definitely, Jared, what a great conversation to close out this transmission. That's exactly what I thought. Please post the link, TT. Yeah, any links, even with Lotus Mindset, anything that you post on the comment playback of this video, I'll pin it at the top of the comment section so people can find you. Thank you, everyone. Let me go through any super chats. Thank you, Jessica and Laurie and Steve and Laurie again for your super chats. You guys are deeply, deeply appreciated. May the energy that you send out and invest into this space continue to ripple through the cosmos and return back to you tenfold, collapsing into your reality through all forms of, you know, abundance that can continue to surprise you in this year of the fire horse. I love you guys so much. I'm gonna love and leave you right there though, because oh my gosh, it's so late now. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Time just flies by, but yeah, let me know if you guys want to see more meditation sessions, and we'll definitely be integrating that on the channel anyway. But yeah, I'm ecstatic. I couldn't be more grateful to see that mirrored from you guys, the internal work that you're doing and really the embodiment that's taking place. It's incredibly inspiring. Each one of you are an inspiration to me. So thank you for doing what it is that you do, and I hope to see you very soon. If you're not already subscribed to the channel and you come across this video for some reason it enters your field, do consider subscribing. We'd love to have you around. Personal reading details also down below. A disclaimer, guys, I'm going to be doing a new series. I'm going to be away for a while, so I'll be closing out personal reads for about the past until about May, and then I'll be integrating some more things. I'll do more live one-to-one sessions behind the scenes as well, because everything is pre-recorded at the moment. And yeah, we have beautiful things to integrate. Thank you guys so much, and I hope to do this again very soon. Join Mo and I this week on Sunday as well. We'll be doing another live and another event so we can get together. And until next time, bye bye.